Welcome to the annual Wellness Fair, a collaboration between Human Resources and Student Counselling and Wellness. We have a great lineup today with knowledgeable wellness experts from various areas within the community. I'm Kathleen Wall, Employee Wellness Consultant within Human Resources. As with most events the past 12 months, we too were challenged with pivoting our fair online. And it couldn't have happened without the amazing team involved. Let's meet them.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jill Woodbine. I'm a fourth-year business commerce student concentrating in human resources. And this semester, I'm working with the employee wellness this semester as an employee wellness assistant. So hi, thanks for coming.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Emily Gatehouse. I am a third-year therapeutic recreation student, and I am working at the Student Wellness Counseling Center with Kelly Neville, who will be joining us later today. And I'm just really excited for this event, and I hope you guys all enjoy it.
Hi, I'm Alexandria Oak, and I'm a fourth-year kinesiology student, and I'm a MUSEP student with the Student Wellness and Counseling Center as the Wellness Assistant. And I hope you guys all enjoy this event today.
Wonderful. So first up today in our lineup, we have Clarke. Kenny is with the Natural Healing Center. So welcome, Kenny. I'm going to pass it over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Kathleen and Emily and your team for the invite. It's a pleasure to be here. And yeah, as Kathleen mentioned, my name is Clarke. I'm a registered acupuncturist and a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine in St. John's. Also, I'm currently serving as the president of the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine Practitioners and Acupuncturists of Newfoundland and Labrador. My colleague, Dr. Shengli Wang, and myself, we own and operate an integrative medicine clinic in Somerville Plaza. It's known as the Natural Healing Center. So we essentially work with patients of all different types of conditions, health problems, and use more of an integrative complementary methods to care for those patients. So we essentially look for alternative options, for their health, but not necessarily, interrupting their conventional treatments. So we want to work hand in hand and offer a holistic approach to wellness and health. And so I put together a little slideshow there. It's only a few minutes long, just to kind of introduce our clinic a bit and talk a little bit in general of some of the things that we do. So I'm just going to try to share this now. It was there when we tried this. 1 second. Okay. Okay, I think I got it now. Okay, so at our clinic, we practice a wide variety of things, as I mentioned. Traditional Chinese medicine, we do acupuncture, cupping therapy, gua sha, tuina, which is a form of traditional Chinese medicine massage, and then herbal therapies as well. So naturopathic approaches as well with biomeridian testing. We look at people's diets, lifestyle, food sensitivity testing, and allergy testing. Something that we're big on as well at our clinic is nutritional immunology, and then of course encompassing holistic medicine. And so I'll talk about those now in a second. And again, we're located at the Peyton Medical Center in Somerville Plaza, Suite 231. And so we were established in 1995 by my colleague, Dr. Shengli Wang, so quite some time ago. And I began working with her in 2007, so for quite some time as well. essentially, our mission statement is ideally to bring good health to our patients by supporting them in which ways that whatever way we can. Not necessarily focusing on one side versus the other, but rather a holistic approach to overall wellness. And essentially, I mean, holistic medicine practitioners believe the whole person is made up of interdependent parts. And if one part is not working properly, all other parts can be affected. And so this is where imbalances happen. And when you get imbalances, you get disharmony, you get illness. And so essentially, instead of just looking at one small piece, we try to look at the whole part. And you can see here, in the context of holistic medicine, there's so many factors that can impact our health in a negative aspect. Whether it's poor lifestyle, deficiencies in vitamins and minerals, imbalanced hormones, toxins, poor diet, infections, and then of course one of the biggest ones is stress, something that everybody I think faces and has a critical role in our overall health. And so some of the things that we do at our clinic are to try to to balance those pieces. And so it's oftentimes when you see people who, for example, they may be focus so much on exercise and so fit and so good in this sense, but maybe they suffer from tremendous amounts of stress. And so even though you're doing something good with a great exercise regime, the stress is still impacting your body in a negative way, and so you can still get sick essentially. So it's kind of having that healthy balance. One way that we do look at this in our clinic is through nutritional immunology, essentially trying to boost people's immune system through through focus on nutrition. When we have a healthy immune system, it plays a huge role in our overall our health, and so many things can impact that. Nutrition is one of them. We focus a lot on that in our clinic. So some small, some factors that for good health that we can maybe talk about here very quickly. I think one of the biggest ones is limiting stress. So important. And a lot of experts today, a lot of medical professionals believe that stress is one of the main contributors, or can be one of the main contributors to over 60% of all diseases. And it's something very difficult to completely rid of. I don't know, of anyone who maybe doesn't have any stress. I think we all do, and it's something we live with, but managing it is very important. Exercise, big one. This is for managing stress. It not only is good for cardiovascular system, good for many things, but it's very, very good for stress management as well. Positive attitude, meditation, these types of things, all very good. And so we talk about a lot of these things with our patients, to try to improve their overall health this way. Diet, of course, is a very big one. Some small tips there. Phytochemicals, polysaccharides, these types of things that are found, antioxidants, things that are found in fruits, vegetables, organic foods, all of the nuts, seeds, healthy grains, all very, very good for your overall well-being, for your immune system. Trying to limit meat consumption is something that seems to be widely accepted amongst researchers and doctors. Animal fats are not ideal for human health. It's not that you wouldn't eat them or to avoid eating meat, but rather trying to limit the consumption and whenever possible, wild game is ideal. So moose meat here in Newfoundland, deer, these types of things can be quite good. And then another point to touch on is with fermented foods. So in a lot of Asian cultures, there's a big emphasis on fermented foods. In Japan, it's not a lot of fermented fish, and in China and Korea, of course, with kimchi and all of these things. So we have your sauerkraut and kombucha tea, and the list goes on. The fermented foods, the positive thing for them is that they boost gut health and improve the gut flora. So it's your good bacterias. So oftentimes, you know, in our culture, we take the capsules, the probiotics, you know, the Aleve and the Align and these kinds of things. And while they can be good, it seems that they're not as effective as consuming fermented foods. When we eat those foods, our body produces the probiotics, the bacteria, naturally through the digestive process. And that is something that stays with us. Whereas with probiotics, when you take the supplement, after you stop taking it, the effectiveness drops drastically. And some research in the last few years, if you would test the stool of someone who stopped taking a probiotic, test it 2 weeks later, you wouldn't see any evidence of those good bacteria there. So more of like a Band-Aid approach. So fermented foods is something that can be very, very positive for your health. And then mainly boosting the immune system. So some things we can do there. Of course, when we have a healthy supply of white blood cells in the body, that's our B cells, T cells, natural killer cells. That's what fights our infections. And of course, very important in today's world is having that strong immune system in case of certain viruses or bacteria. Some ways that can boost that very quickly is green leafy veg, very good for this. Vitamin D as well. So Health Canada recommends usually 1 to 2,000 international units of vitamin D a day. In our environment in Newfoundland here, 2,000 to 5,000 in wintertime especially would be ideal. And then of course there's a prized herb in Chinese medicine known as Huang Qi or Stragulus root. And this has been used for thousands of years to help boost white blood cell production. So you can find this oftentimes online or in health food stores, sometimes in the grocery store in the organic section. You can find this in tea form. So drinking a Stragulus root tea every day can be quite beneficial. And then of course some of the other ones like vitamin C. So that's, I mean, pretty much it. It's hard to kind of condense all of this and you know, make it enjoyable. But yeah, as Thomas Edison once said, the doctor of the future will give no medicine, but will interest his patients in the care of the human body, in diet, and in the cause and prevention of disease. And that is effectively what we're trying to do at the Natural Healing Center. And yeah, so thanks very much. That's everything.
Awesome. That was great. Thank you so much, Kenny. And if you want to drop any information there in the chat or leave anything there, feel free. But thanks again for attending. That was great.
Yeah, you're welcome. No problem at all.
Awesome.
It was okay.
So Kerri there, if you're ready, you can certainly go ahead. And again, Kenny, if you want to drop anything in the chat or leave anything, feel free.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jill. I'll just get Emily to pass me the ball. Okay, great. Okay, one moment. Bear with me for a second now. Okay, so I'm going to start my video here. Great. And Share. So good morning, everyone. Would like to welcome you now to the presentation from Healing NL. So Healing NL is a local nonprofit organization, and its main mission is to connect Newfoundlanders and Labradorians in health and wellness with the practitioners that we have in the province. And so what my intention is here today is to just tell you a bit about who we are. Again, we're a nonprofit organization in Newfoundland and Labrador. We're committed to increasing the public awareness of the province, holistic health products and services, and of course the practitioners that serve those up. Like Kenny, of course, there's a number of groups and people in Newfoundland that are looking to serve Newfoundlanders and Labradorians in the best way possible in a holistic sense of marrying the medical or allopathic nature of medicine with alternative healing. And I think a lot of people are coming on board to the fact that that unified, holistic offering of health is certainly the best that seems to be serving most people. Okay. So we have a membership that we serve our members by marketing their services to Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. And as a person, just a general member of the public, there are 3 ways that you can find the practitioners within our directory. And of course, that's category, name, and location. So yes, so you can go online at www.healingnl.com, and you can look up various practitioners. And of course, then our next slide will show you the various modalities that our practitioners actually cover off. We have a number of qualified practitioners to help your growth and healing, and many various avenues, because as we know, one size doesn't fit all. So we're finding that really healthy to have that. And some of the other presenters here today actually will be members of the organization. And so, and as Kenny said, of course, we can't erase stress entirely. I thought he made some real great points there. But we can work together to reduce and manage the stress, which is really, really important. Bear with me now, because here we are. So here are the holistic categories that we cover at Healing NL. And you'll see there that we have naturopathic practitioners and doctors as well, acupuncture services, there's aromatherapy, healing touch, there's of course natural cosmetics, traditional Chinese therapy, there's Reiki, chiropractic. This now runs into the directory of holistic practitioners in Newfoundland and Labrador. And with that, now I'll just give you some nice pleasing music. Hopefully you'll find that so. And I'll let you have a moment to run through and look at the various practitioners that we have within our province. So enjoy, and I'll come back for questions at the end.
Awesome. Alrighty, I'm not seeing any questions there in the chat for Kerri. Let me just take a double check there.
It's okay. If anyone has any questions, certainly they can contact us at Healing NL, and we'd love to answer any questions that they have.
For sure. Awesome. And if you just want to drop your email there in the chat as well, definitely feel free there, Kerri. But thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having us.
Awesome. And I guess it's also nice to mention there that a few of the practitioners mentioned in your slideshow there are on the panel today, which is great to see.
Yes, it is. It is. Yeah, we welcome, excuse me, we welcome everyone to get together and participate in this conversation because it's a great one to have.
For sure.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks again, Kerri. And I guess we'll see you later, hey?
Absolutely. It's afternoon. Take care.
Awesome. Thanks. Perfect. Alrighty. And next up, we have Judith Royle from the Royal Treatment Wellness. Let's see. Judith, you might have to unmute yourself there.
How's that?
There we go. All good.
Good morning. I love my placement in the panel. I also am a member of the NL Healing Network. And as it was said, my business is called the Royal Treatment, and I'm Judith Royle. And actually, I originated in Ontario. And about 10 years ago, I guess 11 now, I moved to Newfoundland without any family or friends. And people asked me, why on earth would you do that? And the short story is it was a calling. So I have really enjoyed and grown myself through growing my business here in Newfoundland. And actually, I got into energy work as an elementary school principal. And I know those two don't seem to fit, but in the latter part of my career, I was not dealing with stress very well. And a friend of mine said, well, why don't you try Reiki? I said, well, what the heck is Reiki? Well, that was just like opening a floodgate. And after I took Reiki and became a Reiki master teacher, I went on to do healing touch, work with crystals, healing through sound, through crystal bowls, singing bowls, EMF balancing technique, meditation. And then I went on to become a master practitioner in neuro-linguistic programming, timeline therapy, and hypnosis. So when all that was said and done, I thought to myself, well, what am I going to do with all of that? So what I did was I started to put together coaching packages. So what I started to do with all those modalities, and as it was said earlier, not everything is for everybody. So I had a variety of modalities that I could choose from to help somebody walk through their journey. And I like to say that you heal yourselves. I'm just a tour guide. And we know that all the answers that we need are within ourselves. It's just being able to access them.
Judith, sorry just to interrupt there. I'm not sure if you meant to turn on your video or not for this one.
Oh, I thought I had.
It's right next to, I guess, the microphone button on the bottom
I
of the chair.
doesn't want to do. How about that?
Here we go. You're all good. Perfect.
Well, sorry about that.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
I pooped myself this morning.
All good. You continue on.
And at that point, I felt that there was this spiritual aspect missing from my work. And so I traveled to Sedona, Arizona, for the first time in my life, traveling alone, and took this course, or started with the Soul Genesis. And in those days, I couldn't even afford the course, but for some reason, it was a knowing, and I just had to learn this work. And as it turned out later on, 15 years later, my teacher retired, and she sold the business to me. And that's when I actually took the work out into the world and created different levels and manuals to go with those levels. And then I now have trainers coming up through the ranks that are going to be teaching it. So it really has blossomed in the last 5 or 6 years. So I think that really that was the turning point in my business. And so you'll find that one of my websites is judithroyle.com, and that's the Royal treatment. That encompasses all the modalities, all the ways in which I work. And then I have another Soul Genesis website that is actually under construction, and that really is for people who want to learn to be a practitioner of Soul Genesis. So if you want a reading and a clearing, that you can access through the Royal treatment or judithroyle.com. And the interesting thing about this work and why it's different than other work is that what I find is people who ask for this work are at a crossroads in their life. They feel stuck. And what I do when I read the Akashic records is it's all about your soul's origination, the core essence of who you are, right back from when your soul first came into being. So it's not just about you in this lifetime. It is you across lifetimes. It's the very inception of your soul. And so what it does is it sheds light on why you are the way you are, why there are certain patterns that you continue to use, and also it points in the direction of your soul purpose. A lot of people will say to me, I know I'm here for something, but I'm just not sure what. And that's what that work will do, is to shed light on the direction that you need to go. even though you're having difficulty finding your way. And in this last year, heaven only knows, we've been having trouble finding our way. So as I said, I've developed several levels and layers to the soul genesis. So actually, that can clear actual situations. We can do property clearings, property and building clearings. It can really address anything and everything. That's the beauty of it. And as I said, the beauty of this work is when I read Akashic records and gather this information, we take a look at what's going on in your energy field that may be blocking your forward motion in life or just interfering. And so Soul Genesis also has clearings that will clear that energy. So it means we still have to walk through our stuff, but at least it opens the doors and gives you clarity as to what the next step for you might be. So it is really crucial in moving forward. And I have been told that the work is very powerful and it's really changed people's lives. Now, what we found over the last year is that modalities that in the past we have required people to come into and meet personally. We haven't been able to do that the last year. So many of the modalities we can do distance healing. But what I've noticed in the last few months is that there have been ways of healing through vibrational frequency. That is, there's a company called Hurley that developed started in Europe, moved over to the States, so not quite in Canada yet, but through vibrational frequency and connecting through the Akashic records with the person you're working with, it can address anything at a body, mind, spirit level. There is also the body code, and that is an app that you can use on your phone, and it also deals with the body, mind, and spirit. So we know that whatever is happening at a physical level, it has a beginning at the emotional level. It just has to go through all those layers. So if you're having a problem with your body, your physical self, you know that it's originated somewhere in how you're thinking and how you're feeling, your patterns. Are there any questions so far? And I don't think I have my chat room open, so you'll have to help me out with that.
I think we had one there. It said, so I'm having a hard time locating the question box there. I think it was about moving to Newfoundland. Emily, would you be able to read that one out for me?
Yes, no problem. So the question was, do you have any regrets moving to Newfoundland?
I have never looked back, and I just feel in my heart of hearts that I found my niche here. One of the things that I started last March with the onset of the pandemic was to run 4-week programs every other month. And I started that to address the anxiety and the angst that was flowing through everyone. And so what we did was we had a theme, and I taught a short mini workshop, then we moved into a meditation, and then we did a soul genesis clearing. And what we found over the 4 weeks is that people were actually able to deal with the stress much better. So every other month we had a different theme. This month we've started a new group, and it is called Love Codes in the Quantum Field. So I have found that I have learned just as much as I have taught, and this group has really grown to become quite a supportive network. So these are the ways in which we've had to shift the way we work to accommodate people in the last year. And it's amazing what we can do when we're put in the position of having to make a change. So I also offer meditations, the new moon and full moon meditations, and it's lovely that so much is being offered in St. John's. There are many of us that do that, and we've all learned to do that virtually. But that's also something that that I offer. So really, when all is said and done, there is something for everybody. And as I said, I'm just the tour guide. I just match you up with whatever might help you move forward in life. And I think that's pretty well my time.
Judith, we have another question actually. What could a newbie expect from Reiki? What exactly is it?
Reiki?
Yes.
It's an originally I learned the hands-on technique, but you can do that via distance. And it's I have learned the Usui method, and basically it is just using a sequence of positions, hand positions on the body, and you are actually channeling the divine energy through you. So we're just actually a conduit. So the energy goes where it needs to go for the healing. And at the beginning of each of the sessions, we set an intention. What is it that the client wants out of the session? Is that does that pretty well answer the question?
Yeah, I think that was a pretty good explanation there.
Is there anything else? I see that my time is just about up here. If anybody would like to get in touch with me, my email address is info@royaltreatmentwellness.com, and Royle is spelled R-O-Y-L-E, not Royale. My secretary used to tease me by calling me Mrs. Royale, and it got me going every time she did it. So it's R-O-Y-L-E, and you can find me on Facebook by Judith Royle or the Royal Treatment. And I'm on Instagram and Twitter as well, but I'm mainly on Facebook. You can always find me there, and you can always hunt me down through my email. And my phone number is 709-631-3950.
Okay, perfect. I will put that in the chat so everyone can have that information there for you, Judith.
Oh, thank you, Emily.
Excellent. All right, let me just take one more look there and see if there's any more questions, but I think you should be all good. Let's see. Perfect. Yep, I'm not seeing any other ones there.
Good.
Awesome. Well, thanks again for coming, Judith. That was awesome. And again, we're going to put your information there in the chat, so if anyone needs to view it, they sure can.
Well, it was a pleasure.
Awesome. Thanks for coming. I'll do back. See you. Awesome. Alrighty. So next up we have, let me just get my schedule up there. We've got Tara Antle from Healthy Balance. Let's see. And Tara, you gotta unmute yourself there. And then Judith as well. You still got your video on. There we go. All good. Perfect.
Alrighty, is that okay? Am
Perfect.
I in?
All good. Awesome.
I think this is wonderful that this has been put together today to offer, join on certain times. I was really missing the health fairs and missing seeing everybody. So this is a great way. I've been participating in the Memorial University health fairs. My heavens, it must be 8 or 9 years now. Usually twice a year that we're in on site. So it's wonderful that we can connect virtually. And it's a sign of times of how we're doing things. So it's a great way to connect. My name is Tara Antle, and I'm a nutritionist in private practice with Healthy Balance Holistic Health Group.
As a nutritionist during these times, a lot has changed in terms of grocery shopping, consumer buying habits, how we're managing food at home. So I just want to talk on that a little bit and give a few little tips, and then we'll talk more about healthy balance and everything that's happening there and all the exciting new news that we have to share. As well, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to use your chat function, and Emily or one of the other members of the team will pass the questions along, because I'm not really that tech savvy, but they will get your questions through. So, you know, over the last few weeks, especially now that we're back in another lockdown, what's happening sometimes is that we're more fatigued going into it this time around. You know, we've been practicing and doing our part for almost a year. And, you know, we came out of a lockdown, we had a little bit more freedom because our borders were tightened up, and then boom, we had a big outbreak, you know, several clusters happening at one time, especially in the metro area and around the Avalon Peninsula. And I know before Christmas, there were outbreaks, you know, in other parts of the province as well. So inadvertently, we've all been, you know, impacted by this. This go around, I'm finding that people are more tired, because we were kind of, you know, towing the line a little bit, and then all of a sudden it's just like, we have, you know, what else can we give to adjust to this? One thing I was delighted with was that the transition to online and virtual was much easier with this lockdown, obviously, than last year. So we kind of got into things a little bit quicker, which is wonderful. But the other thing is that we kind of got to readapt how we're doing things. And what I'm hearing from my own clientele over the last 2 weeks, you know, really since we've been in this lockdown, is that they're struggling with their food. Their timing's off of when they're eating, their meals are off. It's hard to separate out work life, home life, family life, to how we all manage it. One of the tips of what we could do, so whether we're a student or we're faculty, staff, whoever we are, if we're home, we're home. The idea with this is to get our food ready for our snacks the night before, the same as if we're going outside the household. And we tend not to do that when we're working from home in any capacity, or if we are home. So the idea is at supper time or dinner in the evening is to get all your snacks ready. So if it's an orange, it has to be peeled, cut up in a container, and put there for the next day. If it's not ready, we won't typically stop mid-morning and go peel an orange. So by making our healthy food convenient, it can be at our fingertips when we need it. The idea is wherever you're working from your home, I've seen that people are set up in all kinds of different scenarios, from living rooms to bedrooms to rec rooms to kitchens. Bring a snack bag with you. So pack that cooler bag the same way that it would be if you took it to outside the home with you. And that way it's right there by your fingertips. It'll make a big, big difference. Typically, what ends up happening is that usually with our brains, we're right and left brain dominant, but when we get hungry, our brain goes back to a visualization center. So by having our food ready the night before and actually prepping it, you've already had a visualization on it, and that will actually make our food more appealing the next day. So it'll have a little bit more draw, because our brain just naturally will go back to it. Encourage you to keep focusing on your timing. So eating every hour, eating within an hour that we're up in the morning, and eating every 2 hours throughout the daytime will help regulate blood sugars and give us more energy as well. Because of the amount of external stresses coming at us, like obviously there's an internal cycle of stress where our body releases adrenaline and cortisol and makes us run out of fuel quicker. But when we mirror that with what's happening in our world, it's a double whammy, so to speak. And that's why having your healthy food at your fingertips to have when it's regularly throughout the daytime will make a big difference to actually help simmer that down a little bit. The other thing that will actually help with that is keeping our body out of fight or flight mode, is to really practice deep breathing. We cannot deep breathe and be in fight or flight mode at the same time. So I'd encourage you, I've challenged a couple of clients with this already, and typically our brain has a chance to separate work, life, home gamut, so to speak, by the commute to and from each way. So we leave our home in the morning to get to the classroom, wherever it is that we might be going. We have that separation because we have like sometimes a 10-15 minute buffer, however long that commute will be. Likewise, coming home. So what I'm going to encourage you is to allow those bookends at the beginning or the end of your day. What I'm finding is just all riling together, and it's just like I feel like I'm constantly picking at this or picking at that with no separation between both roles or both hats. So it could be, again, you know, for 10 or 15 minutes, bundle up warm, have a cup of tea on a back patio or on your front step. We tend to do that in the summertime, sit out and enjoy the sunshine. In the wintertime, we tend not to. We think that sometimes if in winter activity, if we're outside, we have to be moving. And in reality, we need to take that moment in nature and actually reground ourselves, because that will actually help with hormonal balance in the body and actually help settle things down. And think about it. If we're dressed for it, obviously it's a big part of the weather in Newfoundland. But if we're dressed for it, you know, think about it, you're out and you've got a nice warm cup of tea, or coffee, whatever it might be. We tend to breathe in a whole lot deeper, a whole lot better. So that will automatically help get the the amount of adrenaline down before the workday starts. Likewise, at the end of the day, find your 10 to 15 minute buffer. If the weather's horrible, you know, you might do something inside. There's apps that you can get for your phones and devices that, you know, Calm is one that it will actually walk you through a nice meditation, soft, relaxing music for even 10 to 15 minutes to allow the buffer in between changing roles. So I'll encourage you to do that as well. So hopefully that helps with a few tips. I'm looking at the time here. We've got about 8 minutes to go. So what I thought I would do as well is share a little bit about what Healthy Balance is all about. Healthy Balance is my own private business. I started, my gosh, it got to be 10 or 12 years ago. I've been working in the industry for over 20. And thought after a little bit, how can I do this on my own, and what kind of spin and take that I could put on it to help people at a broader perspective. A lot of my work experience and, you know, both here in the province and outside the province was actually kind of steering towards finance and the business side of things, whereas my education was all in nutrition and dietetics and holistic health. So this is where it came into play. I thought, well, how can I make my own little spin on it that works for the individual as opposed to population whole health? So I started a private practice called Healthy Balance. And then, you know, I was Healthy Balance for 8 years. And then 2.5, almost 3 years ago, I expanded it and made it a holistic health group. So now we're a health hub of accredited health professionals all under one roof. So we're all separate businesses under one roof underneath the banner of Healthy Balance Holistic Health Group. I'm just going to click in here now and show you our website. This one here. Okay, so this is our website. It's www.healthy-balance.ca. I will say that most of our services are covered by insurances. Mine personally, even as nutrition, because I have both a dietetic and a holistic health background, I was able to gain accreditation under naturopathy. So my services are covered under naturopathy by most insurances, as are most of our practitioners as well, which is great. We're also covered under, our counselors are covered under EAP programs, and massage therapy and acupuncture are covered under insurance as well. So a little bit more about our team. So again, who we are. I'm just going to click in here for a second. So here we have Tiffany Bryan. She's our registered acupuncturist. Absolutely phenomenal. She works a lot with women and hormonal issues, a lot with fertility actually for benefits of acupuncture and energies and things like that. It's absolutely incredible experience. Jenna Keene is with our team. She is a counselor. She works a lot with youth and couples and individuals. Absolute phenomenal entity to our team. Obviously, this is me. I've told you a little bit about me and what I do. As a nutritionist, obviously, I do one-on-one sessions. I can do group sessions virtually now. People come in for a variety of different reasons. Sometimes it's heart health, blood sugar regulation, hormonal balance, GI issues is a big one, IBS, constipation, diarrhea, things like that, like everything health associated. Some people come in and they just want to learn how to eat healthier. Others, again, it could be something with sports nutrition, it could be allergies, nutrition for children. So it's a full gamut of where I'd stem out to. Arthritis is another one, inflammation, injury, things like that. Chelsea over here is a registered massage therapist. She's also a certified lymphatic therapist as well. So anybody with edema, fluid balance issues, she's your girl to see. She's absolutely phenomenal. Her services, again, are covered under insurances. And, you know, again, always check with the practitioner and check with your insurance company. The insurance company has final say on what's covered and what's not. We have Heather Hopkins here. Heather is a counselor as well. Heather and I have worked together now for about 5 years. Heather specializes in counseling for children, and she does play therapy, which is absolutely phenomenal. She also sees adults for different, variety of topics and issues and concerns. Heather and I have also put a program together called Emotional Eating that we offer usually every season. We'll go through and offer an episode of that. So we're working on when our next start date and launch day would be. Pamela Martin McDonald is a life coach, and she works within the realm of yoga, meditation, one-on-one sessions, and her services are actually covered by insurance as well. And then we have Adam O'Rourke. Adam works with long-term health, so he's been doing a lot virtually lately, and he deals and works with, I guess his demographic would be transgender, coming self-identity. He works with families, individuals, absolutely phenomenal service of what he has to offer there as well, which is pretty incredible. One thing I just want to mention quickly is I also have virtual programs started here now. One that I've started in February is a subscription, which is something brand new for me to be doing. It's a Naturally You Women's Circle of Health program. With this one here, individuals apply for it, so it's open to women, hormonal issues, women who, again, tend to put weight on easily, really hard to get it off, going through changes in life. This is where, this was our kind of little niche of what we would do. And with this program, once somebody signs up for it, they'll have access to a full video library, so it's actual challenges that you work through at your own pace, and education that goes with it. Along with that, we also meet twice a week virtually for 30-minute sessions, and we talk candidly about what's happening with us. We share stories, we'll answer questions, have guest speakers. So, for example, Pam, as part of my team, was a guest a couple of Saturdays ago, and we did a meditation together. Our counselors will chime in. We'll have fitness professionals in. So everybody that's health related is where that will come into play, which is pretty phenomenal. So that's a little bit about that. You can also follow us on Facebook, on Twitter, on LinkedIn, on Instagram. Just to show you our Facebook page. Let's see here. Oh, it's gone there. Okay. So our Facebook page, I put it down there, but we do have actually on our Facebook page, it's Healthy Balance Holistic Health Group. All of our team of professionals, when we got hit with this lockdown, we did a video library where we're talking about different topics. So we're all on a Zoom call and we all chime in to provide information. So that might be a great way to talk about everything from lifestyle to mindfulness, mental health, physique, things like that. So it's an ongoing kind of thing. I think there's 2-3 videos there all together, and we still have more that are coming out. And we're putting one together now. It's a photo journal of outdoor activities that we're all kind of entertaining. So it's applying and practicing what we preach, so to speak, which can make a big difference there as well. So thanks everybody for chiming in. I can see we have a minute left there. I don't know if there's a quick question or any comments that anybody would like to share.
Tara, I had just one question. What is your website's page? I can actually put it in the chat so everyone can gain access.
Okay. It is www.healthy- so it's an actual hyphen, balance.ca.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much, and best of luck with the rest of the day. I'm going to be chiming in and watching some of this stuff. I'm so excited to have participation in this, but to listen in and see what the other panelists have to offer as well, and advice and words of wisdom. Take care, everybody, and stay safe. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Tara. That was great. So next up, we have Jean Squires from the Reiki Master and Reflexologist.
I think we have lost her. Just bear with us, everybody.
So while we wait for Jean to come back, we actually have a pre-recorded video from Mutter Soups. So we're actually going to present that now, and then hopefully Jean can get back in and we can go on with her presentation.
Hi, I'm Diana Boyd, and I'm the owner and primary soap maker of Mutter Soap. I was invited today to talk to you a little bit about what my products are, about my store, and how it falls into the wellness aspect of this fair. I believe that wellness incorporates so many different things. It's not just physical, exercise, getting out in the sun, and it's not just mental wellness, mental well-being, mental health, but it's also what we eat, we drink, and what we put on our skin. At Mutter Soap, I specialize in making 100% natural soap and other soap products. I started making soap a few years ago for myself and for my family. My husband has severe allergic reactions to artificial perfumes. My son has skin sensitivities, and I myself have chronic migraines, which is triggered by strong artificial perfumes. But I wanted nice soaps. I was tired of using everything unscented. So I started making soap and was giving it away to family and friends, and with a lot of strong nudging was told I should start selling in public for those who could, in similar situations to us, and then for those who just wanted a natural soap bar, soap that was made like it was in the past before they started using detergents and everything to make super hard bars. I was going to say that our soap, but it depends on your country. In Canada, they have very strict limits of legal limitations of what can be called soap. It has to have gone through this vinification process using lye. Lye is what we use to turn all the oils and butters into soap. You don't have to worry, there's no lye left in the soap after the process is done. If it's done correctly, using a proper recipe and your calculations are perfect, there's no lye left because it's used up in order to turn all that into soap. The soaps you find in the store are called detergent bars. They're made with petroleum, and then they use a bunch of other chemicals in it in order to get a cleansing and a foaming action. So that's the main difference. Is mine isn't a detergent bar. It's actually soap. It's the soap that was made hundreds of years ago. It's made naturally, plants and botanicals and herbs. I don't use SLS. SLS is sodium lauryl sulfate. It's a synthetic detergent and a foaming agent that people use in order to clean, and companies use in order to clean. They like it because it gives it a very rich lather and a very intense cleansing action. But it also has issues that it's being linked causing skin sores, having flare-ups for eczema or causing eczema. People have had allergic reactions to them, and it makes your skin more sensitive. I have to look at more research, but supposedly it also thins the outer layer of your skin a little bit, which causes sensitivities. I also don't use paraffins. Paraffins are used in cosmetics and personal products because it prevents the growth of mold and bacteria. It's a preservative, and it also helps extend shelf life. But again, there's some studies coming out that show that paraffins are mimicking estrogen. Parabens don't dissolve, they get into the water in the environment. And it also has a potential to cross your skin barrier and get into your bloodstream. Now, the World Health Organization and other countries allow the use of these products at safe low levels. I don't disagree with that. But for me, I don't think they're necessary, as you can make good soap without the use of any of them. We've made it in the past. A good bar of my soap can last 6 to 12 months, and hopefully you will have used it long before then and you won't have to worry. The other thing too is my soaps is I support local farmers and other small businesses for my ingredients. All my honey and oatmeal, all that honey I buy from local honey beekeepers. It's 100% Newfoundland honey from all the different keepers. The only thing is I can't get is the, oh my goodness. I'm having a brain fart. Give me a second, sorry. Is the beeswax, sorry, thank you about that. Is the beeswax candle, is the beeswax, because the beekeepers here prefer to keep it in their hives, and I totally agree with that, so I have to import that. My Newfoundland Woodsman is made with alder peppers, which I buy from the Barking Kettle. They go out into the woods and pick the alder peppers, and I use that in my soaps. I'm going to be using some local coffee makers, their coffee in my coffee soap and now in my kitchen handbars. So I try my best to support all the local farmers and all the other small businesses and try to keep the money within our community. So I've talked about a little bit about in the back. You can see a few bars. It's very sunny here this morning, so they're getting a little bit burnt out. I make both scented and unscented bars, and my unscented are actually unscented. I don't add anything. If there's a scent, it's from the natural ingredients, like the beeswax. Oh, this side, the honey and oatmeal. You'll smell the oatmeal, and you'll smell a little bit of the honey in it. I have a regular line, and I have a line that I try to keep making with vegan. My regular line has things in it like yogurts and honeys, and I also use some lard in it because it makes a beautiful skin bar. But they're not vegan, so I have a vegan line that I don't use any of that in it. I don't have as many, I don't carry as many at the same time in the vegan line because it's not as popular a seller for me, but I try to do my best to make soaps for everybody that I can. I also make solid shampoo bars, which are great because you can take them anywhere. They're easy to travel with, and in a pinch, they can be used as soap, regular soap too. It'll just be a little bit more cleansing on your skin, whereas regular soap is more fat, has more fats left in it, so it's way more moisturizing. But you don't want those oils and fats left on your hair, so I make sure to keep those low. I make milk and oatmeal herbal bath soak, which is kind of like a Vino bath soak, but it has a few other things, benefits in it, like some baking soda and Epsom salts and a bunch of herbs in it, so you get the little flowers floating around your bathtub. I also make a kitchen hand bar soap, which is good for getting the smells and oils and grease off your hands. I've had a few men buy it to use in their garages after fixing their cars and getting the heavy grease and oil off their hands. I also make a facial bar. This one is vegan. It's made with lots of bentonite clay and activated charcoal. I've gotten a lot of great feedback from that from people. So you might be asking, where can you buy this at? I have a few local in-person vendors. I sell at the St. John's Farmers Market when I can get a table, and we are there in person. Right now, everything's closed down. I also sell at the Some Good Markets out in Brigus, and I sell at the Hump Day Market on Wednesday. I'm probably going to hear my son in a second. The Urban Market 1919 sells my soaps in store. They're based in St. John's, and Bear has an online store, and I believe they're in central Newfoundland. My little guy just came in, sorry. I have an online store called mothersoap.square.site, and you can also buy my soaps at the St. John's Farmers Market virtual location. So you can also follow me at Facebook and on Instagram, and where I post about upcoming soaps and upcoming soaps. And you want to say hi to the people? Yeah. Facebook, Instagram, where I post upcoming soaps, new soaps, limited edition. I try to do FYIs and answer people's questions. So if you have any questions, just pop on those sites and send it to me, and I'll do my best to answer them for you. Do you like Mommy's soaps?
Where's it? Where's it?
What? Here, tell the people what this is. Tell them what this is. Yeah? What does it smell like? What does it smell like? When you take these. Okay. Thank you so much for coming to see my little presentation, and I hope you all are well and that we all get out of this together. And he's walking away. So, thank you very much. If any questions, talk to you later. Bye.
So we'll just see a few more minutes to see if we can get Jean back in. We do have another little presentation that was sent to us from the credit counseling. So I will put that there and hopefully we won't have any issues with this one. Give me 1 second, everyone. All right, so that was the information from the credit counseling services. So we're just waiting to hear back from Jean, so hopefully she will be here shortly. We actually can just fit her into a different slot. So just bear with us, thanks. Okay, so sorry about those few issues, but we're actually going to get Kathleen to do a little presentation with us. So if you're ready, Kathleen, there you can turn on your mic and your camera and we will get started.
Hi, everybody. I hope you can hear me okay. Technical issues all around today, and I hear that my speaker on my mic is not that great either. So thank you once again for joining us today. I really, really appreciate it. We all do. Again, you know, having our fear online with technology, anything can happen. So my session was going to be later today, but I'm just going to do it now because you know what? We all need a little bit of Zen right now. I'm going to take us to a progressive muscle relaxation exercise, okay? So progressive muscle relaxation is an exercise that reduces stress and anxiety in your body by having you slowly tense and then relax each muscle. This exercise can provide an immediate feeling of relaxation, but it's best to practice frequently. With experience, you'll become more aware of when you are experiencing tension, and you will have the skills to help you relax. So during this exercise, each muscle should be tensed, but not to the point of strain. If you have any injuries or back pain, you can skip the affected areas. Pay special attention to the feeling of releasing tension in each muscle and the resulting feeling of relaxation. So you should still be able to hear my voice. I'll turn a little music. All right. So let's begin. Shut your eyes if you are comfortable doing so. Begin by taking a deep breath and noticing the feeling of air filling your lungs. Hold your breath for a few seconds. Release the breath slowly and let the tension leave your body. Take another deep breath and hold it. Again, slowly release the air. Even slower this time, take another deep breath. Fill your lungs and hold the air. Slowly release the breath and imagine the feeling of tension leaving your body. Now move your attention to your feet. Begin to tense your feet by curling your toes and the arch of your foot. Hold on to the tension and notice what it feels like. Release the tension in your foot. Notice the new feeling of relaxation. Next, begin to focus on your lower legs. Tense the muscles in your calves. Hold them tight and pay attention to the feeling of tension. Release the tension from your lower legs. Again, notice the feeling of relaxation. Remember to continue taking deep breaths. Next, tense the muscles of your upper leg and pelvis. You can do this by gently squeezing your thighs together. Make sure you feel tension without going to the point of strain. Release the tension from your upper legs and pelvis. Next, begin to focus on your right forearm and hand. Make a fist and squeeze. Again, make sure you feel tension without going to the point of strain. Release the tension, pause, and notice how you feel. Let's bring our focus to our left forearm and hand. Make a fist and squeeze. Release the tension, pause, notice how that arm and hand feels. begin to focus on your shoulders and neck. Raise your shoulders towards your ears. Hold tight and pay attention to the feeling of tension. Release the tension from your shoulders and neck. A lot of times we carry a stress in our shoulders and our neck. We're going to repeat that one. So focus on your shoulders and neck again. Let's raise those shoulders up towards your ears, squeeze them up, feeling the tension up towards your shoulders. Pause here and release. Taking it to another breath. Inhale. Pause your breath. Exhale. Next, tense the muscles in your face and scalp. Make a tight grimace. Close your eyes really tight, so really scrunch your eyes up, scrunch your face up here as tightly as possible. Clench your teeth. Experience the tension. Release the tension from your face and scalp. Let's take a breath. Inhale. Pause. Exhale. Again, breath in. Exhale. We're going to take it back to the beginning part where we move our attention back to our feet. So again, begin to tense your feet by curling your toes and arch your foot. Hold on to the tension and notice what it feels like. Release the tension in your foot. Notice the feeling. Let's take it back to our shoulders and our neck. Raise your shoulders up towards your ears, towards your head. Hold it up, squeeze it up. Take a breath. Exhale, release. Keeping our eyes closed, let's be still in the moment. Releasing our thoughts, any sounds, distractions that may be around you, pushing them aside. Focusing on you, focusing on how your body now feels during your progressive muscle relaxation. If there's any body part that needs a little more love and attention right now, I invite you to do a progressive muscle relaxation on that part by tensing the muscle, holding, and releasing. While we're here, let's focus back on our breath. We're going to do a suspension breath. So this time, as we take our breath in, filling up our lungs with oxygen, let's count silently to a count of 4 in our minds. Breath in for 4. Pause your breath. As we exhale, exhale with a sigh. Release it out. Sigh it out. I want you to find your own rhythm here. As you breathe in, pause, exhale out with a sigh. Nice cleansing breath here. Releasing tension, being in the moment, taking this time for you. Do a check-in. How is your breath? Are we still focusing on our breath, or has our mind drifted? Let's bring it back. It's natural that our minds, our thoughts may overpower. Take back your focus. Take back your breath. Let's be. Enjoy this breath for about another 60 seconds. On our last minute, let's bring some tension and awareness again to our muscles. You choosing if you want to make a fist, bring tension to your fist, your forearms, and release. If you want to curl your toes and arch your foot, and release. You want to scrunch your face up, feeling the tension, releasing. Want to squeeze your shoulders up towards your ears and releasing. Finding that tension. How does it make you feel? If your eyes are closed, I invite you to open your eyes. Let's take a breath all together. Deep breath in. Sigh it out. Thank you for joining me in my progressive muscle relaxation. I hope you enjoy the rest of the sessions today.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kathleen. I feel much more calm and relaxed now after that. That was awesome. Alrighty, and next up we have Julia Penney from the East Coast Trail Association.
Okay, you can see and hear me?
Perfect, all good.
Perfect. I'm going to share my screen here. And I lost you guys. Okay, we'll just jump on it. I can't see my chat window here when I'm sharing my screen. So if there's any questions, just let me know.
For sure.
Okay,
Awesome.
perfect. Yeah, so thank you for having me here today. My name is Julia Penney. I'm the business manager at East Coast Trail Association. We getting a work call there. Let's turn that off. Okay, so for those who may not know, we are a hiking trail. We have 336 kilometers of trail starting at Topsail Beach all the way down to Kappa Hayden. So there's 25 different paths that stretch over 336 kilometers. About most of it is right on the coast, so it makes for some really beautiful hiking trails. We are a registered nonprofit and charity, so that means a lot of our support comes from volunteers and donations, as well as all of the hikers who use the trail each and every day. So you can see in these photos, we have some through hikers. These 3 women through hiked the trail a couple of years ago. Then in the center, we have some volunteers who are working on trail maintenance. So they're pruning back the trail. That's something that happens most weekends throughout the summer and something that you folks can get involved with as well. And then in the third photo there, we have our paid trail crew who are installing some new crib steps on Longshore Path there. So our trail crews are there during the summer to maintain, develop, and enhance the trail. Next, I'm going to go through a couple of path suggestions. I know there's 25 paths and there's a good chance you've been on at least one of them, but just wanted to give a few recommendations. If you haven't or you don't know where to start, I'll give you a few suggestions. I'll be giving a suggestion for each of the difficulty ratings. So they're rated on easy, moderate, difficult, or strenuous. And what goes into those ratings is a combination of the length of the path, the state that the trail is in, so whether it has majority of it is dirt path or whether it's more rocky, or sometimes on some paths there's actually kind of like a rock face that you're climbing or ropes that you have to use to go up or down a hill there. So those all work together to come to the ratings. We'll start off easy. The first path that I would recommend is Silver Mine Head Path. This path is 3.8 kilometers from Outer Cove to Torbay. It actually goes through Middle Cove Beach as well. So if you wanted to do a bit of a shorter hike, you could do from Middle Cove Beach up to this bridge that you're seeing, which is the bridge over North Pond Brook. And if you hiked from the beach to this bridge and back, you'd be at about 2.5 kilometers or so, and most folks can do that in about an hour. One of the really nice parts about this hike, of course, is this beautiful waterfall that you see. There's also lots of chance for seal sightings, and I love seals, so that's a big bonus for me. The next suggestion is rated moderate. This one is Sugarloaf Path. It's from Kitty Vitty to Logie Bay. One of the advantages of this path is maybe you're a student and you don't have access to a car. This path, Kitty Vitty, is serviced by Metrobus Route 15. So you could take the bus to Kitty Vitty and do as much or as little as the path as you wanted to, and then come back to Kitty Vitty to get back on the bus there. This path being in St. John's Bay, of course, you get lots of iceberg and whale sightings as well. It's also a really good spot for some blueberry picking when the season is right. Now we're scaling up to difficult. This one is Spurwink Island Path. This Berry Head Sea Arch is one of the most famous landmarks on the trail for sure. It's something that you absolutely have to see. This one's a little bit longer. It's 20.4 kilometers from Aquafort to Port Corwan. So that is pretty south on the southern shore. So it is a little bit harder to get to, definitely if you don't have a vehicle. But one of the suggestions I have for this one is if you don't want to do 20 kilometers in one day, you can actually camp overnight on the trail, bring a hammock or a tent, and do 10 or 12 kilometers the next day, and then 8 or 10 the morning after you camp out, which was kind of makes the experience a little bit more fun. One of the hidden parts of this trail that not many people know about is there is an offshoot, not on the main trail, so you have to take a side trail, and then you come backtrack to get back on the main trail. It's only about a kilometer offshoot, but that takes you to a really magnificent waterfall. Funnily enough, it's called Little River Waterfall, but I promise you there's nothing little about it, but it's a really nice little detour, and you get incredible sights. And my last suggestion is probably another one of the most loved trails on the network, that is Spout Path from Shoal Bay Road to Bay Bulls. It's 16.2 kilometers, from Shoal Bay to Bay Bulls. However, in Shoal Bay, there is a 6.4 kilometer access trail. So it's not worked into the 16.2 because it's not hiking trail, so you can usually do it a lot quicker. So if you were to average, say, 2 kilometers an hour hiking, you could probably do the access trail much quicker than that. But this is a really beautiful hike. In Bay Bulls, of course, you see lots of puffins and whales, and of course the Spout, which is a wave-powered geyser, is incredible and something you definitely have to see. There's also camping sites on this trail if you wanted to overnight it as well. So we have a few suggestions of where we're going to head on the trail, but we want to make sure that we're doing so safely. So I have a few tips just to make sure that you are hiking safely. The first one is to make sure that somebody knows where you're going, and when you're expecting to be back. This just helps that if anything were to go wrong, you have somebody who can keep an eye on you from home. Sometimes you don't have cell service, something could go wrong. So it's always good just to make sure that somebody knows where you are. You also always want to bring in your kit your maps, a first aid kit, and definitely water. The amount of water will depend on how long your hike is, of course. Of course, we're in Newfoundland. I was looking out my window a half hour ago to blue skies, and now there is snow going sideways. So you always have to make sure that you're aware of the weather, not only on the day that you're hiking, but the days prior to as well. Think about if we had a big rainstorm and you're going through a forest, the sun may not have dried up all that rain in the forest area, and those routes could be really slippery. So you just want to make sure that you're aware of what the weather will be and has been to make sure that you're staying safe. In terms of footwear, we also always recommend a boot with an ankle support. That way, again, with those roots or you're hiking over rocks, your ankle just has that much more support to it. This trail is used by thousands of people every year. It's been around for almost 27 years, which is incredible. And we want to make sure that it's around for at least 27 more. So to do that, we have a few pieces of hiking etiquette that we ask hikers to use. The first one, the biggest one, would be just simply leave no trace. Take only pictures, leave only footprints, that old saying, but we really mean it. That includes apple cores, all of your garbage. There's also no open fires permitted on the trail. That has really big environmental impacts when you light a fire. So if you're planning to cook while on the trail, we ask that you bring a camping stove with propane or butane on it. It is pedestrian only, so there's no bicycles or ATVs. So as a hiker, you don't need to worry about a motorized vehicle or otherwise coming towards you. Your pets are obviously more than welcome to join you, just by provincial legislation that you keep them on a leash while you're hiking. One of the other things about the trail that makes it really unique is we go through a lot of small communities, especially along the southern shore that maybe you've never been to and have really, really small populations. That being said, when there's a lot of hikers in those communities, you're noticed because there's small amounts of people who live there. So you want to make sure that you're being respectful of the communities that you're in, both with how you're conducting yourself as well as where you're parking. So you want to make sure that you're not blocking driveways or anything like that. So as I mentioned, we are a nonprofit, so that means everything that we do is supported by volunteers and donations and memberships. So one of our memberships is $25 a year, and you can sign up for that on our website. Any donation or membership over $20, I should mention, is also tax deductible. A great way to support us as well is to volunteer. I mentioned at the beginning the maintenance outings happen throughout the summer. You can just sign up through those. We post them through our social media all summer. If you are interested more in getting on a committee, for example, marketing or trail management or anything else, there's so many that I'm drawing a blank, but if you are interested in volunteering more permanently with us, there's a few opportunities listed on our website that you could reach out through there. As well as we do sell our maps, as well as hats and patches, and a few new products coming this summer. So buying and wearing our merchandise is always a great way to support us. But maybe you're on a budget and you can't afford to do that right now. One of the easiest ways to support us is just by tagging us in your hiking photos and enjoying the trail. If you use the hashtag East Coast Trail or ECT Love, we can repost them to our page and share your experiences on the trail. But that was all I wanted to get across today. If there's any questions about specific paths or questions about the trail, feel free to ask away. But if after the presentation you want more help with planning a trip or something like that, feel free to send us an email or give me a call. You can also follow us on all of our social media. And yeah, thank you so much. I don't know if there's any questions?
Thank you so much, Julia. Someone did make a comment actually that you can use the MunSafe app and use the friend walk feature so someone else knows where you are. So I didn't know. Yes. That's a nice thing to learn.
That's perfect. And I think too, if you use Strava, they have what they call a beacon feature. So when you start your hike, it will automatically alert a few people in your list that you're heading out on a hike. Yeah, so that's an option if you use Strava as well.
Yeah, those are great. It is safety is the first priority. So how long have you been with the East Coast Trail Association now?
I just passed my 1-year anniversary actually, so yeah.
That is quite exciting. I actually personally love hiking. I wish I could do it more or do it in the winter, but again, it's not necessarily safe because of all the snow.
Yeah, that's actually something I didn't mention, but the trails aren't maintained in the winter. So there are some that are okay to use with snowshoes or crampons or whatnot. but none of them are maintained by us in the winter. So we call it a 3-season trail, so spring, summer, and fall, but not always safe to use in the winter.
Perfect. Yeah, those are really good points to make. We just want to say thank you again for joining us today. You had a great presentation. So up next we have Nadine. I don't know if there are any other questions for Julia. Just looking here in the chat. I don't think we have any more.
Perfect. Thank you for having me.
All right. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thanks, you too.
Yeah, so next up we have Nadine Emberley from Reiki on the Rock.
Nadine, you are muted, so I'm not sure if you are having any difficulties there now. And your camera's not on. If you do feel comfortable, if you do want to share your camera.
Okay, did I figure it out?
I don't see anything. It does show that, oh, there we go.
Okay.
So we can see it there now. So I would go into slideshow. Perfect. There we go.
Perfect. Okay, and you can hear me, I guess.
Yes, you're good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. I'm really excited to share what I do. My name is Nadine Emberley, and I am the owner, business owner of Reiki on the Rock. So we're going to go through what is Reiki and how can Reiki help you, and let's get started. Okay, so who am I? I am the business owner of Reiki on the Rock since 2010. I moved home to Newfoundland from Calgary in 2010, and that's when I opened up here as Reiki on the Rock. I've been actually a Reiki master teacher since 2007, and I trained out in Calgary. So I did all my training out there, and then I came home to share it with you guys. I'm actually a MUN alumni. In 2000, I graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Honors in Geology, and I'm also a University of Calgary alumni with a Master's in Science and Geology from there as well. That was in 2005. So I've got 20 years experience working in the oil and gas industry in Calgary and in St. John's. I actually find myself laid off since October this year. So I'm going through a little bit of a transition. Reiki on the Rock was always a part-time passion for me, and my oil and gas industry as a geologist was my full-time business or full-time career. So right now I am full-time at Reiki on the Rock, but I think there's new things happening in the horizon for me, and I'll be going back to work shortly. So it'll be still operational, but back to a part-time passion for me. So I love helping people. I like getting people unstuck in their energy and getting them moving forward in life again. And that's what I do. I have 2 boys of my own. I'm a hockey mom. I love to hike. I love being out in nature. I geocache with my boys, and I go to the camper every summer. So that's a little bit about me. And I'm a runner, as you can see in the picture there. Sorry, what is Reiki? Okay, so Reiki is, it's a modality discovered in 1922 by Mikao Usui. He was a Japanese man, and he was always a very spiritual seeker and a spiritual person. He did a lot of meditation, journaling, qigong. He was a Buddhist monk, so that was his passion in life. And he became aware of what Reiki was and how to use it to help others heal. And so if we look at Reiki, the word Reiki can be split apart as Rei and Ki. Rei is universal and Ki is life energy. And if you put them together, it's universal life energy. Now, us as humans, we all have our own energy. Plants and animals have their own energy. Anything that's living has a Ki within us. It's what makes our heart beat. It's what makes our brain fire and have electricity. So our Ki is within us. And depending on your state of mind, depending on your life circumstances, depending on your traumas, your experiences that you've had in your life, you hold that energy in you. So your Ki, your life energy is actually a story. It's a story of your life. And so it's a reflection of your limiting beliefs. It's a reflection of what you think. It's a reflection of how you feel about yourself. And so you're walking around in your energy, giving that off on a daily basis. And so as a Reiki practitioner, what I'm doing is I'm channeling in universal life energy. So not my own energy. I don't use my own energy in Reiki. I use all the energy that's around us. Because there's different types of energy. If you think about the earth, it has a magnetic field. And that is a magnetic energy that is there to protect us from solar energy, which is coming from the sun. So all of this energy is actually used through a Reiki practitioner to help somebody heal. And how does that work? Well, a Reiki practitioner can sense another person's Ki when they're in the zone. I don't go around everyday life doing this. But when I'm in a session with somebody with the intention to help them heal, then I can feel their energy and feel when they're not in balance. And the Reiki will guide me to the areas where I need to help them balance their energy. Okay, so it's really balancing and creating balance at an optimal level for that person. And that's how, in a nutshell, really, what I'm doing. Now, again, if I was a quantum physicist, I would understand this a little bit more and how it works, but we don't really understand how it works. But here are some things that we do know. It's considered spiritual practice. So much like yoga, meditation, journaling, qigong, anything like that, Reiki is also a spiritual practice and a spiritual journey. It's looking inward, right? Because I do Reiki myself as well. It's not a religion. So nothing about this is a religion. Reiki practitioners are all over the world in all cultures and all religions. So it's not a religion. There's nothing being taught that's religious. Now, every practitioner is different in their belief systems. So they might train other practitioners based on their skew or their filters in life, but it's not a religion. Practitioners are taught to channel Reiki and allowed to flow through them by remaining humble to the increased energy. And what humble means is I don't try to put a bias on it. I don't try to force it. I don't try to fix people. I just open myself up and allow the Reiki to flow through me for the person's highest good on the table. Another thing is I don't physically manipulate the body. I've been trained to lay my hands lightly on the body while I'm doing Reiki, but now I don't even touch your body. So I can feel your energy radiating from your body about, 6 inches to 2 feet away. So I can feel your Ki and where it doesn't feel good. So I don't actually touch you. It's considered a holistic practice. Once Ki is shifted, then the clients actually become the healers to heal themselves physically, emotionally, and mentally. And so that is why it's a holistic practice. By shifting your Ki to a healthy state, the body, mind, and spirit can easily shift and begin the process of healing. And so the true healer here is actually the client, because they're in control. It's how much do they want to shift their energy to the better, right, to become more healthy. Now, how does Reiki help you? So if you're feeling stuck in a cycle of negative self-talk, if you're unmotivated, if you feel frazzled, if you're walking in to a room full of people and you are feeling overwhelmed, if you're feeling sensitive, then Reiki can help you. There are many, many benefits. And of course, in the United States, because it's a privatized system down there, if the patient asks for Reiki, they get Reiki. And so because it's more accepted down there, there are more case studies that you can look at, unlike the Canadian health system. So there's a lot of case studies on this. It's shown to reduce your stress. It's shown to reduce anxiety. It's shown to reduce depression. It helps post-traumatic stress syndrome. It improves your sleeping patterns. So if you feel really restless at night and you can't get sleep because you can't turn off the mind, then it can help you with your sleeping. It can balance your emotions. So through your hormones, you can become more creative and intuitive. You become more balanced emotionally and more mental clarity in facing difficult situations. You can actually think through your problems instead of becoming emotionally reacted to it. You actually become a lot more clear-minded so that you can actually process through it. Creates deep relaxation and releases your body out of that fight or flight syndrome that we always find ourselves in these days, so that you can relax and actually start to heal yourself, because you can't heal yourself when you're in fight or flight. Reduces pain. So I've seen amazing sessions where I help people through post-surgery healing, and the doctors are always amazed at how people heal afterwards. And it increases your sense of calm, it increases your sense of peace, and it increases your relaxation, right? So all of that is beautiful for us. So what to expect during a Reiki session? In-person sessions, a practitioner can be trained to lay your hands on a person just gently. You're not physically doing anything, you're just laying your hands down. Or the hands-off method, as you see in this picture here, where you're about 1 foot away to 2 feet away from our client, and you're actually sending Reiki, universal life energy, to balance their energy. Now, sessions can also be done distantly. It can. So I call my clients over the phone during COVID. It's the same thing. They lay down on a bed or on a couch and get really, really comfortable. And it's actually more powerful because they're so comfortable in their own environment. And there isn't that worry that, you know, oh, I might have to go to somebody's house or go to somewhere and pick up COVID or anything like that. So you actually do a phone call session, and those are amazing sessions. During a session, a client might feel an increase in warmth around them. They might feel tingling in their hands and arms and lower legs. They might hear buzzing in the ears. And with their eyes closed, they might see colors. A few clients might actually get chilled, so always have an extra blanket on hand. You might feel this swaying, and that is the increase of energy coming in. Some people are more sensitive to their energy field. And when they are, then they can actually feel that shift. But some clients don't actually feel anything at all. And it doesn't mean that it's not working. It's just that that is how they feel and how they receive Reiki. And it doesn't mean that it's not working. So if you're interested in learning more, if you're feeling stuck, emotional, frazzled, then you can take a Reiki session, distance or over the phone. Anyone can learn Reiki. It's not just for healers. So if you want to take control of your own emotions and own well-being, then you can actually take classes. And I teach classes in St. John's in person, not anymore, but also online, so worldwide. There's monthly memberships right now at Reiki on the Rock. It's called Healing Light Inner Tribe. It's a monthly paid subscription, but you get lots of fun information and you get ongoing support by text. There's also on Thursday nights a private group that I have set up called Healing Light with Nadine. And every Thursday night, there is a guided, Reiki guided meditation in there that you can actually jump on the live and watch and get in on it. So it's every Thursday night for free. So come on in, Healing Light with Nadine, find me on Facebook in there. So I have a website, you can go in and look for sessions and pricing's in there, www.reikiontherock.com. I'm on Facebook mostly. I do post on Instagram, but not as much. So if you want to really see a lot of stuff, then go to my website. And thank you. And if you have any questions, then please let me know. And I gotta figure out how to stop sharing. Okay. All right.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nadine. That was really helpful information.
Great.
I don't see any questions in the chat, but again, everybody, you can reach out. If you do have any further questions, you can always email myself or Kathleen, and we can get back with any answers. So we're going to start our animal therapy session now shortly. So some of you actually may, as an attendee, may have a pet that would love to join the panelist. So we're going to have, it's more like an interactive session. So I'm going to actually introduce Dr. Beth Whelan from the Student Wilson Counseling Center. And we're just going to kind of have a nice discussion about how pets help our overall health. And Beth has a wonderful dog named Osa. So Beth is our associate professor and training director and registered psychologist. So if we also have our MUSEP students that are joining us today with their pets. So if you guys are ready, we can certainly, I'll turn on our videos. And if anybody who is an attendee has a pet and would love to join in the discussion, you guys are more than welcome. You guys can let me know in the chat and I will hopefully be able to switch you over to a panelist.
You're on television news stuff.
So Beth, I guess to kind of get the discussion going, and again, thank you so much for joining us today. Hello, Osa.
There's Osa. And Osa
also,
is a therapy dog, as you know, in training. She was accepted into the St. John's Ambulance Therapy Dog course. However, with COVID, she hasn't been able to complete her training because she's supposed to do her training in elder care homes. But we're going to have to rework that because obviously she's only really going to be able to spend time now at the SWCC. So I'm hoping that we can finish her training there, doing work with students rather than the elder care homes.
That's awesome. I definitely know I've only been in the office so much, but when she's there, it certainly is a wonderful treat to have her. She brings a lot of joy and she's so calm.
She is.
She is.
A good disposition, and she's really, well positioned in that way to work with people who are anxious or who have trauma or who have depression. And she just provides a really nice, safe, calm interaction for anybody, faculty, students, as well as clients at the SWCC.
Yes, she is fantastic. So we do have some other pets here. So I can introduce mine. So I have two cats. They're not therapy animals at all, but they do provide so much health benefits to me. My oldest cat here, she's 8. They greet me every single day at the door. They can sense your emotions. So if you're not feeling the greatest, they'll pick up on that and they'll kind of give me some more attention. They're quite fabulous. So next we have Emma. So Emma, did you want to introduce your cat?
Yeah, so this is Squiggles. I got him 1 year ago yesterday. He's been such a great quarantine buddy. I love him so much. He's great. He's so much fun. He loves his catnip and he loves treats and he's the best little buddy.
Yeah, they are great companions. Kathleen, did you want to go next? You want to introduce, I forget your cat's name, and you're on mute.
This is Hurley. So Hurley is my 16-year-old ginger kitty. I find he's sleeping a lot more lately, but he does have still lots of spurts of energy, and he knows what he wants. He's finally coming to his own, so he likes to have his treats now, and he likes to be brushed all the time. And when it's time to be brushed, well, you've got to brush him because he's found his voice as well at 16. But he's a great little companion. I love him dearly, and as Emily said, there's nothing better for me than coming home at the end of the day and knowing that my Hurley is here to greet me. And no matter what your day is, I mean, you look at them and the soles of their eyes, seriously, it just makes everything better. Yeah.
Yeah, it really does. And we were actually on a call a little while ago and you were brushing Hurley and he did not mind at all, which was quite fantastic because I know my cats certainly do not like to be brushed. So I do struggle with that. Next we have Sarah. So Sarah, would you like to introduce your little dog there? You are on mute. Oh, yeah, no worries. Let's see if I can get the clip.
Hi, sorry, he's lying on my laptop, so I was like trying to get around him to hit unmute. This is Joe, and Joe is 10 years old now, I think. We adopted him from the SPCA in 2012. And he has been such a good companion now with school at home. He is so
Oh, you're on mute again.
He did that. He keeps putting his paws on the bar. So yeah, he's great. I love Joe. So this is him.
That is good. And yeah, 10 years is a long time. That's fantastic. So, you know, it's nice to be able to get the quality time with your animals.
Yeah, he had a health scare earlier this year. He had a big, that was only, I don't know, a month or two ago. They found a huge tumor on his spleen, and he almost didn't make it. So really glad to still have my buddy around.
Yes, my goodness, yes. I'm happy for you because that can definitely be a challenge.
For sure.
And Kelly is supposed to join us, so I'm not sure if she is having difficulties getting in. Actually, she's calling me there now, so everyone just give me 1 second. Be back.
Come on up. Come on. Come on up. Say hi. There you go. Say hi to everybody. You know, it's especially nice to have pets around during COVID, hey? When we're isolated and not able to see friends, at least we can see our animal friends, which is great. And it's also a nice way to connect in the community. I find if I'm out with Osa now, you know, other people will stop and talk. So that's a good point of connection for me as well, is to have her, and then people will come over, even though it's COVID, you know, their dog might come say hi, or their child or whatever. So she's really great that way too. There's your friend Kelly, Osa. There's your friend Kelly.
Yes, so now we have Kelly Antle, everyone. So she's the wellness lead at the Student Wellness and Counseling Center. And so she is going to introduce, I believe, is it Pepper, Kelly?
Yes. Hi, Beth. Hi, Osa.
Your friend Kelly, Osa.
Osa. Hi, baby girl.
Your friend.
Hi. We haven't seen you. She's looking around. God love her.
She's like, where is that voice coming from?
Osa. Oh, I'm going to get Pepper. Pepper is a 10-year-old rescue Havanese that we adopted from Ontario. And he flew down, and he's been with us for 2 years now. We also have, look at the kitty cat. Oh, sweet. We also have Blue, who is a younger Havanese. She's actually 7 years old, and she's full of it. She's not as docile as Pepper is, but I really love when I come home and they both greet me at the door when I come in, and Pepper is jumping up on my leg, and Blue literally wants you to lean down and give her a hug. So they just really quirky that way and have their own way of wanting to engage and let you know that they missed you during the day. So I'm just gonna lean over here and grab Pepper.
There's Pepper, Osa. There's Pepper.
He's saying, what in the world, Mom, are you doing to me, because it's nap time? So can everybody see him?
Hi, Pepper.
He's so sweet.
And he actually had a little haircut, a face trim this week, because our hairdresser is closed. And I do understand that we asked Stella to come this week as well, and she looks very, very similar to Osa. Beth, I don't know if you've seen Stella.
No, I've never met Stella.
And she came actually to the counseling center one day just prior to the pandemic. She has the fluff of white hair on the opposite side as Osa does. Her face is not the two-toned color, but it is mostly, I think her face is mostly darker, but she is sweet, very similar temperament to Osa's.
Nice.
The kitty cats can stay.
They, I have treats here, so they get a little bit jealous about sharing them. So the gray and white one is my youngest. So I sound like it's my child. She's three. She's basically my child. She is 3, but she is very much likes to rule the house compared to my oldest one, Lily. So she's 8. But Zoe does love to kind of take control. She's a lot taller than Lily, so I find that she kind of scoots her out of the way. So they're kind of quite funny. So you may have heard a little growl. They don't usually growl. I don't know if it's because they don't spend a lot of time in this room, but it could be. I also have the door closed, so I find like they'll want to come in when I'm like working or doing schoolwork. But I never usually have to like confine them into here, so they're probably wanting to get out, but that's okay. So they are enjoying the treats at least. Oh, there we can see.
Adorable.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's great to be able to bring Osa to work. And I know, Kelly, I know you know this. Once I had Osa, I would have a lot more coming to my office. So staff, faculty, students. So it was a really nice way to connect with people in the community because she was always there and people would just come and say hi to Osa and subsequently say hi to me. So she was a really nice point of connection as well. And then really nice for clients. We would do group work, individual work, and Osa, of course, has many dogs. Andrew, she could sense who was most upset in the group without fail. Whether that's teaching, and I bring her into my teaching at the SWCC with residents or in actual psychotherapy groups, she would serve as a really nice companion for the person in the group who is struggling.
Yeah, they can definitely provide that support for students. It can definitely calm them. I don't know if everybody else feels relaxed when they see dogs or cats, but they definitely can provide that support for the students. We also have one of our attendees to join. So she's a cat here now. So Tina, can you tell us about your cat?
Hi, so this is my cat Guinness. I thought I'd share because me and Kathleen always talk about our cats at work. And it's quite old. He's 15 and we got him when we lived in BC, and he's starting to show his age, but he is every once in a while you see a little spurt of his youthfulness. And he's a great little lap cat and really is making life at home a lot easier for the kids and for us too. Yeah, it's kitty donkey.
Name? Sorry. What'd you say his name was, Tina?
His official name is Guinness, but we call him Old Donkey.
Oh, sweet.
Sweet. And
sorry.
Oh, sorry, Kelly. Go ahead.
I was just going to add to when Beth was talking about the piece with oftentimes when we were in person, of course, practicing, Osa would join the wellness navigators quite a bit for their individual sessions they would have with clients. And the clients found it very, very helpful to help relax them and to feel more centered and, balanced and less anxious during their session. Yep.
You know that they bring down cortisol levels. That's hormone that we all have and experience at different levels. time during our day, if we pat a dog or a cat and have that physical connection with them, it definitely brings down our cortisol levels and actually releases the feel-good chemicals as well. So it's two purposes: brings down the stress and brings up feel-good hormones. So plants and animals are both really effective for that. And I do know they've done large-scale studies in elder care homes, and they've actually found that they can reduce medication in elder care homes if they have plants. So people automatically feel less anxious, less depressed. So that's really impactful to have plants and pets around everybody, but especially people who are isolated and maybe struggling.
That's some great information, Beth, about the studies, what they've shown in the helpfulness and the effectiveness of pet and plant therapy. I wonder, I know this going to sound kind of funny, and I just thought of this as you were talking. I wonder around, because we oftentimes do this as a integrative, collaborative event with the pastors, and we have the popcorn and the painting and all that. I wonder if there's any studies around the further development of, and we could actually do a study around that. And I know that you did do some work around that. If you could talk to that at some point, Beth, around the survey that you folks did.
Yeah, we did a survey on the wellness intervention, which involved these plants, popcorn, and painting. And we had about 200 students participate. That was last year. And myself and some colleagues wrote up that paper and what we found. And all the students who took advantage of that program found it really helpful. They would come regularly. They said it helped with their mood, it helped with their focus studying, it helped them connect with other people. So there were lots of positive benefits of that program, Kelly. And also, of course, other people would come, not just students. We have faculty, staff, other people that live on campus. So it was found to be a really successful program. And we're hoping we can get more funding to extend it down the road.
That's excellent, Beth.
Yeah, no, it was great. It's a really nice service. And of course, it's integrated when we don't have COVID. We're actually on campus. And, you know, the plants and the bodies and the pages are there for people to access on Thursday.
And for anyone, if you'd like to know, we're still doing virtual Oasis. Emily, if you wanted to speak to that, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll quickly speak because we've just about a minute left. Kaya did join us, so you guys can see her there. But so virtual Oasis, so we're doing it on Thursdays, which are an activity session. So that changes every week. So this week we actually have our wellness session. So it's similar to this. Everyone can bring their pets. Even if you don't have a pet, you are more than welcome to join. And then we just kind of have a discussion, a nice check-in to see how everyone's doing. And then sometimes we'll have like a mindfulness coloring session. And then Fridays, we also have it. So it's called Tea Time and a Wellness Discussion. So bring your favorite beverage. It doesn't have to be tea, it can be hot chocolate, it can be water, it can be anything that you like. And then we have a certain topic. So I'll give a short presentation and then we kind of get into like a good discussion about, you know, what are you kind of doing related to this topic? Are you like, what are you having difficulty with? So it's a really nice way to get students engaged and interactive just because, you know, we are in isolation. So if anybody is watching there now that would love to join these sessions, it is on our website in the events calendar. So you can look there to get the link. It is through WebEx as well, but it will be WebEx meetings and not events. So I'm just going to clue up this session because we do have Tiffany up there next, and so we don't want to get too behind on schedule, but I want to thank you all for joining, and thank you so much, Beth, and to all the MUSEPs and Kelly. I really, really appreciate you guys joining today. So I will just ask you all to sign off, and then I will hand it over to Tiffany.
Thanks, Emily.
Thank you.
See you, Kelly.
Love seeing all the pets. That's great too. That's for sure.
All right, so Tiffany, I have handed you the ball. So Tiffany is from Mind, Body, and Mouth. So if you, perfect, you've got your presentation there, and I will let you go ahead and I'll let you know if there are any questions in the chat after.
Okay, perfect. Well, thanks for having me here. This is exciting. So a little bit about who I am. I am a health coach, a myofunctional therapist, and a dental hygienist. I operate 2 different businesses just because of the differences within scopes. So I created Mind, Body, Mouth in order to incorporate the oral health aspect of my background in with the health coaching aspect of my newer passion as I go on. So you can find me online as Mind, Body, Mouth. And if you're looking for a dental hygienist, I do work independently, meaning I am my own boss. I don't need a dentist with me. And I'm able to treat clients individualized based on their needs. So I did that in order to be able to offer the level of care that I felt we need here. So what are those things exactly? Well, a health coach is somebody who works with you to help you meet your goals. There's a lot of knowledge out there on all the things that we should be doing. However, without a health coach, you're 70% less likely to meet those goals, despite having the education and information in front of you. So I actually went into health coaching as a way to heal myself. I had low confidence, low self-worth, poor memory, just a lot of internal struggles that I still work on to this day. It is a practice. But in that process, I was able to connect the dental side of this and realize what a gap we're missing in our medical and dental world, I suppose. So based on what I learned from myself and the education that I went into and the hundreds of hours, I became registered as a health coach. So I actually have like a liability insurance. I'm not going to downgrade health coaching, but have all the background on Ayurvedic medicine, functional medicine, and I'm able to help the advice of doctors and other healthcare practitioners and put that into practice that works for you. I help you determine what your roadblocks are. You know, you could be looking for weight loss, but you could have a financial stress or a sleep stress that is preventing you from losing weight. So I work with you to find out what you need and what's going to be best for you in order to increase your energy, to manage your stress, to reduce anxiety, like I said, to lose weight or gain weight, to sleep better, and then ultimately gain confidence, live healthier, and live happier. So an additional part of that is a form of therapy. It's something I've been learning about the last couple of years. It's becoming more and more common in the dental world because of the link within our tongue and our breathing in this area of the mouth. As I know right now, I'm the only myofunctional therapist in Newfoundland because this isn't within the scope of a dental hygiene right now. But because I have health coaching, I do natural therapy, I'm actually able to incorporate it and offer a form of therapy that isn't being done here. Chiropractic, physio, massage, and dental as well have forgotten about the tongue and the importance of that for helping you reduce anxiety, increasing your immunity, sleeping better, breathing better. This type of therapy can help people that have digestive issues and acid reflux. It could help people that are not compliant with their CPAP. I can help you become compliant, make it comfortable. For those people who have mild to moderate sleep apnea that can't actually get a machine or a device, I help strengthen those muscles and actually help reduce your snoring and help you reduce the progression of apnea and hopefully even eliminate it. Sometimes people have jaw and head pain that's related to the function of your face and your jaw muscles and your tongue. I help people improve that. I can take them out of pain without hopefully needing surgery for jaw pain, as well as people, they get braces as a child, and then as a teenager, they need to get them redone. And as an adult, they need to get Invisalign. I can help people prevent that relapse. And even as a child, rather than waiting until your child is 10, 11, 12 years old and they've already had the growth, I can actually start working on your child when they're 5, 6, 7, when we start to notice crowding, and prevent potentially or eliminate the need for braces or severity of braces. It helps promote facial growth, which helps with your airway, which can help your child that may be having an open mouth, at rest, a child that snores or has apnea issues, that has behavioral issues like ADHD. I really help prevent or promote optimal growth and development. So myofunctional therapy is a form for both young, guiding growth, and then also for the older population to help reverse negative signs and help you increase your quality of life. And then obviously dental hygiene, we're very familiar with dental hygiene. One thing I like to share is that our gums should never bleed, and people think that's normal. But when we have bleeding gums, that means that there's bacteria in our mouth, which is causing our body to respond. It's inflammatory, it's our immune system. And right now with COVID, we understand how bad that is. We don't want to be inhaling these bugs. We don't want them getting into our system through our bloodstream. So making sure that your oral health is optimal is really important for staying healthy and strong and happy. Again, I opened my own clinic because people need to see a hygienist, and now dental offices are so overbooked. You're waiting months and months sometimes to get in, and that's either affecting the maintenance of your health or it's making you sicker. So I have a chair that's willing, as soon as the level 5 opens up, I have an open chair ready to go. I've met all the COVID requirements, and I'm out there offering my 10 years of experience in a specialized gum treatment to help people reverse their bleeding gums and then hopefully prevent them from needing to get to that specialist again. So I have a special office there if you want to find me for dental hygiene care. I'm also offering a special for MUN right now until the end of the year, because it's been such a difficult year for everybody. MUN students and faculty have insurance. What I'm willing to do is the extra copay. So insurance covers 80%, let's say, and there's 20% left. I'm taking that 20% and I'm donating it back to the Student Emergency Fund. So this is something I was working on right before COVID hit us again. I'm working with the fundraiser, so you might see that information out there. But please find me, because I want to be able to help you guys and I want to be able to give back. So in doing that today, I'm actually going to give you a little bit of a free program, just things that you can do right now to help you stay healthy and strong. So I'm going to give you 5 options for self-care. I'm going to do, these are free things that you can do. And then I'm also going to have a little extra if you want to just bump up your ability to fight the world. I do love essential oils. They're wonderful at bringing your body back to alignment really with nature. They can help fight bacteria and viruses. They can uplift your mood. They can help with circulatory system. They can do so many things, but it's a science. So when I talk about it here, I'm just going to go over really briefly, and I'm going to use doTERRA as my baseline because they have purity. Everything is tested. There's no adulteration in these. They're safe and secure. So whether you're using it for on your skin or internally, when I talk about essential oils, I'm not saying go to Sage. I'm not saying that it's safe to buy the stuff that's on the shelf at Walmart. It might be cheaper, but it's likely because it's adulterated. So please, if you're going to work with essential oils, contact me and I will guide you through safe use of them. So let's improve our health by tomorrow. These are 5 things that you can do today and you're going to feel better tomorrow. Sun showers. I wanted to combine 2 things in the wake up in the morning thing because they're both very different but very unique. Sunshine. If you get out in the sun first thing in the morning, you're getting vitamin D. Vitamin D helps our teeth, our bones, it helps our immunity, and it helps our mood. So sunshine first thing in the morning also kicks in stress, but good stress. Stress that wakes us up, gives us motivation to get going. So if you're finding you're waking up fatigued, you're not well rested, you're groggy, as soon as the sun rises, get up and go outside for 5 minutes. Just get that vitamin D onto your skin. Up to 15 even would be great. And then when you jump in the shower in the morning, this is difficult. This is something that I've been practicing for a couple of years now. It's cold therapy. Maybe right at the end of your shower, take a couple deep breaths, turn the water to cold, let the cold water run on you for about 5 seconds, work your way up to even 2 minutes. But the cold will actually, it gives your circulatory system a workout because it contracts and restricts the blood vessels. So we don't want hardened arteries. So this cold will actually help build your insides stronger, as well as it's proven to work on people that have depression and anxiety issues. Again, I can get into this in more detail if you want to reach out to me privately. But a little bit of a cold shower. Always good to take a couple nice, deep, slow breaths beforehand, because if it's a shock, you're going to turn it off right away. So work your way up, take your time, be kind to yourself. And then the additional lemon, detox the body. Overnight, our body is building up, taking all the toxins that we've accumulated throughout the day and trying to get rid of them. Lemon is a way to speed up this process. So that's fun to add it in here. Now, number 2, snacks and supplements. We want to eat real whole food. It's really important to have local, organic food if possible. It's very hard to do that, especially in Newfoundland. However, if you can do that, if you're looking for organic, at least go onto the EWG and look for the Dirty Dozen and the Clean 15. If you can avoid to buy some organic, buy the ones that are in the Dirty Dozen, because they're so highly pesticided. So at least just buy those. And then the Clean 15, whatever, they're clean. They don't have a lot of toxins in it. Buy those non-organic. It's great. 2 more minutes. Okay. And then if you want nutrition, food-based nutrition, these are supplements. I can talk to you more about that later. Next is movement, squats, stretches. We want to make sure that we're always moving. Our lymphatic system is our detoxification system. It only moves if we move. So make sure that you do some squats, you do some stretches, you go for a walk, something. If you overdo it, this is the deep blue rub that I recommend. Stress. Stress comes in many ways. It comes from the environment, from our air, it comes from mold in our walls, it comes from our cleaning products. We're breathing them in, we're touching them. It comes from our skincare products, the lotions we're putting into our body, the sunscreens, all those toxins. Our thoughts. Our body hears everything our thoughts say. So negative thoughts will create negative effects in the body. This is proven now. It's not woo-woo stuff. Also, the stress of time and obligations and getting things or getting to places, that's a stress. Relationships and, toxic relationships, ones that aren't very healthy, as well as food. The toxins that we get in food from all the pesticides, or ones that are not good for our body. Anything that we have allergies to, those are going to create toxins. So we want to reduce that as much as possible. Read a book, go for a walk, eliminate these things. That is going to be overall good for your body. On Guard is a really great one to use right now with COVID, because it actually is an antiviral. You can put it in your hand soap, you can drink it in some water. There's many ways to use it. Sleep. Sleep is so important. That's when that detoxification thing happens. So working up sleep rituals to get your body primed for sleep is important. That sunshine first thing in the morning is the first stage of sleep at night. And then like dark rooms, like no lights, maybe going for a bath beforehand, something that you can do to prime your body to sleep. That's important. Serenity is a restful blend because it has all the different types of essential oils in it that help with restful sleep. So if you're looking for the essential oils, these are some packages that can actually save you some money and get you some wholesale accounts, free shipping, and so on. And I can talk about that later if you want to reach out to me. And again, if you want to contact me in any way, Mind, Body, Mouth is my myofunctional therapy. It's my health coaching. That's where you find me there. You can follow me. I'm in the process of making it all nice and pretty. And then Monastery Oral Health is the clinic that I work from. I converted a hotel room. It's all up to grade. We got everything that we need. Our air filters every 7 minutes. It's all clean air. So I'm ready as soon as level 5 opens. I can see you in my clinic, and I don't just clean teeth, but I test your bacteria. I find out what bacteria is in your mouth. Are you cavity bacteria? Do you have bacteria that's more gum disease? And then I help eliminate that for you. I create processes that you need to improve your oral health for better overall health and well-being. So I don't think we have time for any questions. Pretty much right now, I just want to say, stay safe. As long as you are healthy, you will be healthy, or you will be happy, and you will be strong. So if you need some help with that, again, please find me. I'm happy to do some consults for free if you need, and then find out what it is that you need in order to live your best life.
Thanks so much, Tiffany. That was a really great presentation. So once again, if you guys have any questions, just reach out to Tiffany. And next up, we have Renee White from Renee White Music Therapy.
Right. That's me. I apologize for having my face pop up there, Tiffany, while you were speaking. I think I came in a little early. But you were great, great speech. And I'm so glad to be following Tiffany here because we're going to be talking a little bit about music therapy. And of course, we use our mouth tons for music therapy, and we work our tongue lots, and we do lots of those great things for our palate and our breath control. So I feel like myself and Tiffany would definitely be kindred little colleagues, hand in hand. So go yay for that. I'll take all the wins I can get when it comes to working all those fabulous things. So again, my name is Renee White, and I am the owner of Renee White Music Therapy, which is a private music therapy practice here in St. John's. I have been in private practice for, since 2007, but officially in my own clinic space since 2011. You can find me online. I'll be posting a little bit more about that later at WRMT, ReneeWhiteMusicTherapy.ca, and you can find lots of the info that I will share with you here today for that. So with that being said, I'm going to share here. I thought I had it all set, but I got to give a little permission here anyway. With me. Nope, no worries. It's not giving me share permission, even though I just turned on my permission. Help me out there a little bit, Emily.
If you'd like, so I've given you the ball to get to have permission as the presenter, but if you'd like, you can email your presentation and I can actually just set it up for you, just so you can, so
It's
everyone can
actually just photos. So I've just got to flick through my photos.
Okay.
It's probably easier for me to share it. Should still have the share button in the bottom?
Yeah, you should have it there. Is it grayed out or are you able to?
It's grayed out, yeah.
Okay, I will take the ball back and then I'll hand it to you again. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
So did you see that I handed you over the presenter privileges?
I did get that, but my share stayed gray.
I think sometimes if it's a MacBook, do you have a Mac?
Yeah, and I did change the settings before I logged in today, but it doesn't seem to be working in this meeting, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. If you did want to send me the pictures, I could share them on my end.
Absolutely.
Whatever you feel comfortable with.
Yeah, totally. Give me 2 shakes, and I'll ramble on while I'm doing that because I'm pretty good at that. So a little bit about music therapy. The biggest question I get asked, of course, is how did I decide to become a music therapist? And the short story for that is that I was on track to definitely do music. All through my youth, I was in choirs and was big into singing and piano playing, and so thought for sure I would become a music teacher of some sort. When my father was 40, and so I was 10, he was diagnosed with early onset Parkinson's disease. And at that point in time, we were all kind of curious about what that was going to entail and what kind of treatments we could avail of. And I had an aunt living in the States at the time who sent me an article about music therapy and how music could be used to treat Parkinson's disease. And from then on, it was hook, line, and sinker. I had my mindset on finding out how I could study more about music and apply to become a music therapist in my university career. Just bear with me here. I'm going to send Emily my photos. The other thing about music, actually, Emily, I'm just going to go ahead and do it like this. it work better this way. Go with the technology here. So I'm going to go ahead and ramble on. Don't worry about it too much, Emily. I know we've got 15 minutes and I don't want to waste any more time. So what is music therapy? You're going to find all of this on my fabulous website if you want to tune in a little bit later anyway. So I'm just kind of showing you the slides of what you will see there. Music therapy, I came to find out after getting that fabulous article, is the study of music to work on non-musical goals. So I, of course, was very much intrigued about how music could help my dad with Parkinson's disease. And I came to find out in my university career lots of ways that is possible. But before that, I had to learn about the whole profession. And music therapy is the practice of music to work on non-music goals. So it's not music education. Necessarily. Sometimes music education is the goal, so of course that's what we learn, but that's not always the case. The actual definition is the study and practice of how music affects people. It does not promote or require musical ability, but the process of making, being affected by, and responding to music to address specific desired outcomes. Music therapy is a discipline in which certified music therapists, like myself, use music purposefully within therapeutic relationships to support development, health, and well-being. Music therapists use music safely and ethically to address human needs within cognitive, communicative, emotional, musical, physical, social, and spiritual domains. That's a mouthful, I know. So basically, it's the use of music to work on any area that we want to work on to gain progress in that area. So I'm going to give some specific examples. At our practice, we believe music has a purpose. And our certified music therapists are trained to provide a safe, supportive space for learning, growth, and creativity through music. Through music, we can just provide support, calm, empowerment, strength, and connection. We know a very great fact about music, and that is the fact that it engages more areas of the brain than any other human activity. So when we are actively engaged in music making, we are more neurally effective than we are with any other activity. So we don't know why, and the science is still figuring that out. We don't know why, but music is important from a neurological level. And it's been around since the beginning of time. So we know that it's important, and that rhythmic entrainment, that urge to want to find a beat and find a rhythm is just naturally in our bodies, and we are wired that way. So that leads us to me setting up my practice and finding out this wonderful world of music therapy. And I came back to St. John's after my lovely university degree, which is a degree in music therapy. You can do a Bachelor of Music Therapy degree as well as a Master's Music Therapy degree program. I do always encourage, especially any of you Memorial students that may be looking to do some continuing education or looking to broaden out what you are already doing at Memorial, do look into creative arts therapies. We need more of us here in this province for sure. There aren't many music therapists. I think there may be 9 of us here in the province currently, accredited music therapists, and we need more of this profession because it's just too fabulous to waste. So again, music therapy being evidence-based, there's tons of research areas and certain venues that you can use for how you apply music therapy. At Renee White Music Therapy, our services specialize more so in early childhood development, neurological disorders, and autism. Those are the areas that we specialize in, but music therapy, of course, applies to many different areas. So just to kind of give a quick overview of the services that you would find at Renee White Music Therapy, we do pediatric music therapy. That would be anything with children, so from 0 to 18, just as the kind of the Janeway age groups. So we believe that partnering with a child's family system is essential to achieving milestones and are proud of the way that we construct motivating and regulating environments for children and teens. So for children, we will provide individual music therapy sessions, adaptive music lessons, sibling and family music therapy sessions, early intervention for individuals and groups, as well as inclusive family music classes. So those are some of the programs that we offer through our pediatric services, so that early childhood realm. In the neurological areas, we are very proud to be a truly inclusive practice, and we accept neurodiversity of all its types and kinds. And we really do advocate for inclusiveness and disability rights. So we are very focused on serving intellectual and developmental differences, autistic individuals, TBI and people with stroke, cerebral palsy, speech and language differences, Down syndrome, and Tourette syndrome are all populations that we work with in our adult population. And in those sessions, you would see therapeutic singing to encourage social connection and task orientation, instrument play, ranging from simultaneous play with a music therapist to group drumming, to assist in motor control, different physical goals perhaps, structured songwriting to nurture executive function, and performance experiences to encourage empowerment and self-expression. So we do a lot of varied music activities that would work on a range of different goals for those individuals or groups. And we also work with older adults in that area, and we do most of our services for the older population through our contracts with other service providers here in the community, such as the Parkinson's Society, Chancellor Park, Tiffany Village, many different organizations we've partnered with over the years to provide various services to long-term care and hospice units. So we look to improve the quality of life for older adults through meaningful music experiences. And a fun fact that I always like to add to go hand in hand with how our brain really is wired to have music be part of it is in the latest stages of Alzheimer's, we still retain our earliest musical memories. So some of our favorite songs are still remembered even in the latest stages of Alzheimer's, when just about all other memories have been forgotten. Many people will still be able to sing. Similarly, after occurring a stroke, if you have the symptom of aphasia, where you have a loss of speech, you still retain the ability to sing, because you sing using a different neural pathway than you speak using spoken language. So again, just showing how fascinating our brain is and how it's wired for music. And music therapy is purely the study and application of how we can use music to benefit our overall wellness. I'm going to pass off my torch here and clue up. I apologize for my lack of visual slides. That's the punishment you have when you have a Mac, I guess. Live and learn. I hope, though, you have gained a little bit of information about music therapy today, and I've had a lot of fun shooting the breeze with you all. I encourage everyone to stay well, and please do visit rwmt.ca to see all the fabulous visuals of the things I talked about this afternoon. Have a great rest of your day, and thank you again so much for inviting me. Take care.
Thanks, Renee. That was a great presentation. I very much enjoyed it. And once again, like Renee said, if you guys want to reach out and ask her any questions, you can visit her website. Next up, we're going to have Gordan Skiffington from the Canadian Blood Services.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. I do have a PowerPoint presentation I'm going to show a quick video and then we'll go through the PowerPoint slides. I'll have a short video after the presentation, and hopefully we'll have a few minutes to answer any questions that anybody would have. I'm just loading up the presentation. Can everybody see the presentation?
Yeah, you're good. It isn't in full mode though.
Okay. So that's probably full mode there.
Just about, it's just loading. Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Okay, perfect.
It is in a different mode. So we do see like your next slide, and we do see any speaker notes.
Okay, yeah, I don't really have any speaker notes. Let me see. So what can we see now?
So we see all of the slides there now. So I think if you actually go back into, so if you exit the slideshow and you up at the top, you can use presenter view. If you disable that, it should be, I think, the full screen.
Okay, presenter view.
It's under like the monitors section under slideshow. So if you deselect that,
So did that work that time?
no, it hasn't. It's the same as before, but that's okay because we can still see the presentation quite well. It just shows the next slide and then also if there is any notes.
Yeah, and there's no notes, so that's good.
Okay, perfect.
So I'm the territory manager for Canadian Blood Services here in Newfoundland and Labrador. Been with the organization for 20 years, working in donor recruitment, donor relations, and marketing. So approximately every minute of every day, somebody in Canada will need blood. And a few years ago, we actually did a survey at Canadian Blood Services. And from the survey, we discovered that 52% of Canadians say that they or somebody they knew have needed blood sometime in their lifetime. So over half of us will need blood, but less than 4% actually do give blood. So 1 in 2 Canadians would be eligible. Only 1 in 60 people actually do give blood. And we may have a knock on our door later on this afternoon. There may be somebody collecting money for whatever charity, we actually don't know what happens to that money once somebody make a monetary donation. Unlike donating blood, we know exactly what's going to happen to that unit of blood, and it's the only way that we can help somebody that has a direct connection to saving somebody's life. Here in Newfoundland and Labrador, we currently carry a 3 to 5 day inventory or supply. So within 3 to 5 days of making a blood donation, your blood will be transfused into a patient and flowing through somebody else's veins. Need for blood is constant, and this is especially true for patients here in Newfoundland that have conditions that require regular blood transfusions, such as patients with cancer and various blood disorders, accident victims, and even during the pandemic, the need for blood has been constant. Here in Newfoundland and Labrador, we need 14,000 units every single year just to meet hospital patient need. So how much blood is needed, you may be wondering. If somebody has major internal bleeding, that person may require up to 8 donors per week, so anywhere from 2 to 8 donors. Somebody's involved who's undergoing heart surgery may require up to 5 units of blood. Accident victims, big one. We always hear of accidents on our provincial highways. If somebody's injured in an accident and there's major internal trauma, that person may require up to 50 units of blood or 50 donors just to save the life of one person. Leukemia, we hear of children at the Janeway every day that they're battling leukemia, and many times a child at the Janeway may require up to 36 months of weekly chemo treatments. Well, that child may require up to 8 donors or 8 units of blood every single week while they're going through their treatments for leukemia, and cancer treatments up to 5 donors per week. So these are just some of the reasons why somebody may need blood or a blood product, but there's many other reasons as well. So what are we doing during COVID-19? The need for blood hasn't stopped. We still need the regular blood products. And one of the big things that we're doing these days is that donation is by appointment only. We can only accept donors with appointments in order to limit the number of people at our donor center. So if you're interested in donating blood, we ask that you go to blood.ca. You can actually book an appointment there, or you can also download the Give Blood app on your smart device, and you can book an appointment there. We also do a wellness check. This is an added screening precaution. So before entering the donor center, you will be asked a series of questions about your health pertaining to COVID-19. And we'll also do a temperature check before we allow donors into our donor center, just to make sure that they are healthy and that they can donate blood. We also have enhanced physical distancing measures and enhanced PPE, personal protective equipment. When somebody arrives at our donor center, they'll see that all of our chairs are spaced 2 meters apart. Our staff will be wearing additional protective equipment as well. We do have additional cleaning protocols in place, and These are just some of the enhanced measures that we have during COVID, but there are many more. And for more information, if somebody is wondering what we're doing with regard to COVID, they can just go to our website at blood.ca/COVID-19, and all the requirements, the enhanced measures that were taken in accordance with the Public Health Agency of Canada would be all there on our website. So not everybody is eligible to donate. We talked about 50% of the population being eligible at any given time, and some people may have been told that they are not eligible to give, but we're always making changes to our eligibility criteria. So if you're told prior to, then I ask that you check with Canadian Blood Services on a regular basis to see if you can donate. So again, you can go to blood.ca, or you can download the Give Blood app, and there's actually an eligibility quiz on our website and on the Give Blood app that you can take to see if you are eligible. You can also call our toll-free number 1-888-2-DONATE, ask to speak with one of our trained health professionals, and he or she would be able to determine if you would be eligible based on the information that you give them. We also do check hemoglobin levels, and occasionally we do have deferrals because of low hemoglobin levels, especially for females, but it's not a permanent deferral. So if you were told that you could not give, we ask that you check back on a regular basis, because hemoglobin levels do fluctuate as well. We'll just go through the donation process quickly. And before you donate, if you have an appointment or you're thinking about donating, we want to make sure that our donors drink lots of water before they attend the donor center, and make sure you eat a big healthy meal and have a good night's sleep. You will need to bring a valid ID if you do not have a blood donor card. If you have a Canadian Blood Donor Card Services blood donor card, then that would be sufficient. But if not, you would need to bring a valid ID. And we accept any government issued identification with complete name and date of birth. So your driver's license, Newfoundland MCP card, passport would be suitable pieces of identification. On the day of the donation, when you arrive at our donor center, a friendly staff will welcome you. They'll greet you. They'll do a quick identification check and direct you to the first station in the process. And this is where we do the pre-screening as well, the COVID-19 screening. And then once you're done that, then you go to the next station. We'll be then asked to complete a electronic questionnaire on a tablet, and you'll have to answer donation questions on the tablet. It's completely confidential, and the questions is there to protect you and the person receiving the blood. Safety is first and foremost at Canadian Blood Services, so we want to make sure that it's totally safe for people to be giving blood, as well as safe for the recipient receiving the blood. And then once you complete the questionnaire, there's an interview process where you will meet with a technician. He or she would check your hemoglobin level, and then they'll go through the questionnaire. Once you're done that, you sit back and relax, go to the donation chair, It takes on average about 5 to 10 minutes to donate. Could be a little bit longer or a little bit less depending on the person's blood pressure and the size of their veins. And don't worry, we use a new sterile needle for every single donation, so it's totally safe to donate. It's impossible to contract any type of disease by donating blood. This is Grace Hart. Grace is actually a recipient here in the St. John's metro area. Grace was born with a rare condition called diamond black fan anemia. And basically, with Grace, her body doesn't produce red cells. So she requires a blood transfusion every 21 days in order to live. I was speaking with her mom a couple of days ago, and she actually said that even during the pandemic, she's been going to the Janeway and receiving a blood transfusion every 21 days, and she's received over 240 blood transfusions as of this week. So, you know, you may hear or see something on TV or hear a commercial on the radio looking for blood donors. Blood donation does save lives, saves lives every single day, and this is just a prime example. So if you haven't booked an appointment or if you've never donated, you can go to blood.ca to find the nearest donor center, or you can download the Give Blood app. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. And here's my email, gordan.skiffington@blood.ca, and I'll try to answer your questions as best as possible. If I don't have the answer, I'll get the answer and respond to your email.
This is great, Gordan. Thank you so much. It's great information here today. So again, if there's anything that you needed to leave with us, Gordan, you can just drop it into our chat feature and everyone can have a look at it there. And other than that, if nobody has any questions for Gordan, we're going to continue on in our session. Next, we have the lovely Jean Squires. Jean was on earlier, and if you're following our schedule, you'll probably notice that, well, I was supposed to be on now and Jean earlier, but we did a little switch up. So we're going to let Jean take it over from now. Welcome, Jean.
Thanks, Kathleen. Yes, sorry about that this morning. My laptop decided to die right when I started my presentation. So I just want to say hello and thanks to everybody for joining me today. I am here to talk about Reiki and reflexology. I have a business that I've been working part-time from at my home in Paradise for about the last 5 years. So I have a slideshow here that I'll run through, and then if you have any questions or any comments, if you've had Reiki or reflexology before and you want to mention it, you want to talk about how you felt, you can certainly bring it up at the end of the presentation. Okay, so we'll start with Reiki. And what I have here is Reiki is a healing technique based on the principle that the therapist can channel energy to the patient by means of touch. This activates natural healing processes of the patient's body and restores physical and emotional well-being. So what does that really mean? So just about everybody has felt a buildup or a blockage of energy. Usually you feel it as a weight or a heaviness, especially around the head, the chest, the stomach. When you're stressed out, you're overwhelmed, or you're sick. So this is actually energy building up in your field, and it needs to be moved off so that you can feel better. So the goal of the treatment is to balance and restore the natural flow of energy we all have to release blockages and clear up any negative energy that is built up due to illness, stress, or, you know, just everyday busyness. Reiki is a totally holistic treatment, which means that it treats the whole person. It doesn't just, you know, you can't just come in and say, well, I need to work on my anxiety or my stress. Reiki energy treats the whole person, body, mind, and spirit. So you get the benefits on a physical and emotional level during each treatment. Okay, so the next slide I have shows some of the benefits. And these are just some, but I wanted to put in some of the main ones, and they are stress relief. It promotes mental and emotional balance. It stimulates the body's natural healing process. It promotes healing, and it complements other treatments. So you can have Reiki done while you're getting treatment for any other kind of medical condition. It doesn't interfere, and it certainly doesn't hurt you. So as you can see from the photo, treatment is done with the person lying on the table fully clothed while I gently place my hands on specific areas of the body. The treatment takes about an hour, and clients usually report feeling deep relaxation after just the first few minutes. This is when the healing starts. As you relax, your body automatically starts to lower your heart rate, your breathing, and your blood pressure, and this promotes your body to de-stress and heal itself. I mean, we all know no healing can happen if our systems are on high alert, if we're anxious, if we're depressed, if we're, stressed out. So Reiki is based on the idea that an unseen life force energy flows through us, and this is what causes us to be alive. I mean, we all know our energy or our ki is called many different things. So if one's life force energy is low, then we're more likely to get sick or feel stress. And if it's high, we're more capable of being happy and healthy. So I've had clients that have found relief from stress, headaches, anxiety, depression. They're working through grief. They have stomach problems and many other issues. So they've gotten relief from those just after having a few Reiki treatments. And like I said, it works on the whole body, the whole person. So it's great if you're feeling stressed out, and so many of us are right now because of everything that's going on in the world. And it's just a nice, relaxing hour to yourself as well. Okay, so we can move on to reflexology. So some of you might have heard of it, some not. It's starting to get fairly popular here. It's very popular in the UK and some of the European countries. So reflexology is basically the application of pressure through specific techniques using the thumbs and fingers on the feet and hands to bring body to balance and promote well-being. So as you can see from the slide, the whole body is covered on your feet. If you look at the top there, it works from, say, how your body actually is. So the top of your toes are the brain, your sinuses are there, then it moves down to your chest area, your lungs, your heart, your diaphragm, moving on down to the liver, the intestines. So every system, every organ, all your glands, everything is covered during a reflexology treatment. So it's a wonderful, relaxing treatment that's based on stimulating the nerve endings, and there's over 7,000 on the bottoms of the feet to release blockages that are causing illness, fatigue, emotional distress, and that's just to name a few. My technique is very gentle and covers all the systems and organs, and this means that while I always work the whole body, I can zone in on specific areas and tailor the treatment to the individual needs of the client. So this slide actually shows me working on a client, and some of the benefits that you get are relaxation and stress relief, pain relief, insomnia relief. If you have menopausal symptoms, we can work on that, and just a feeling of overall well-being. So I'll just walk you through a treatment. We start with a warm foot soak. Have a nice little foot bath here that I put some tea tree oil in or some Epsom salts, and you soak your feet in some warm water while we talk about what you're seeing me for, what you need help with, and do your intake forms while that's happening. So that'll give you a chance to get settled and give me an idea of how we're going to set up the treatment. So after that, I'll lie you back in the chair and I'll do the treatment. Like I said, I do everything first, and then depending on what you need, I'll zone in on different areas and go back over them. So when that treatment is done, I'll give you a foot massage with some locally made oils. You can see them there on this picture on the bottom. It's a lady, Michelle Curtis is her name. She also works at one, and she has a company called Athame, where she makes a bunch of things. The oils I get from her are, the base is an organic coconut oil, and then she infuses them with different essential oils, and these are made specifically for me, depending on what I need for the clients. So I have one there for aches and pains. I have one for stress relief. I have one for insomnia, one for hormonal issues, and they're really great moisturizers as well. So during the treatment, clients can sometimes feel a tingling or a warmth or a cold sensation or a relief of pain and tightness in an area while I'm actually working on it. So it's always fun to work on a client's feet, and say, for instance, they're having trouble with their sinus. They don't always know what area I'm working on, but as I'm working on their sinus, they can feel them drain. So different things like that come up, which are pretty neat. So that's always a great experience for everybody. And this treatment takes about an hour. So the slide that's up now is actually for the spa reflexology. I don't know if you want to go back one slide there. There you go. So this one I added on last year. What I did was combine the traditional Reiki treatment with a foot and calf scrub, and I followed that by hot towel wrap. So this treatment has really taken off. Everybody loves it. It gives you kind of the best of everything. So I have this body scrub that's shown there on the top, and that's also locally made by a lady from Essential Creations. And the biggest problem I have with this treatment is getting people to leave. So I just have a couple of more minutes left. So I just want to go on to the next slide. I think that should give you my contact information. Oh, this is some of the benefits: plantar fasciitis, exfoliation, muscle relaxation, and just overall well-being. So you can reach me on my website. Oh, yes, I should mention, I know the university has Blue Cross coverage. I am covered. I can do direct billing, and my treatments are 80% covered, so you just have to pay 20% out of pocket. So to reach me, you can visit my website at www.jeansquires.com, and you can chat with me there. You can book a treatment, and you can also see what else I have to offer. I build on a couple of the reflexology and Reiki treatments to offer something a little bit more, but you can have a look at those when you get a minute. You can follow me on Facebook, or you can send me an email at the email address that's there. So I hope everybody got a little bit of information from this, and you can always contact me if you want more. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jean. And I'm so glad you got your presentation and everything working, because that was great. That was awesome.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Enjoy the rest of your day. See you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Alrighty, and next up we have Dominique Hurley from Dominique Hurley Intuitive Art and Inspiration.
Hello.
Hi.
It's great to be here. Thank you very much. I used to teach at MUN, so it's always nice to be invited back into the community.
Awesome, great.
And so today I'm going to be sharing a presentation with you, but first I just wanted to say hi, connect, and to let you know that everything that I do basically helps you to raise your vibration so that you can connect more easily to your higher self, to your intuition, to take the decisions that are right for you and to live in alignment with that higher self for basically a happy, healthy life. So let me start sharing my presentation. And we shall view slideshow. Oh, that's WebEx. Sorry, it's not going on to my PowerPoint. View slideshow. I gave you a chance to breathe, take a few breaths. That's all good. And so I'm an intuitive visionary artist, an educator, and a certified naturopath, and I work through the art and through the services, all at a distance. So this helps you connect to your true self, as I was saying, and my whole purpose is to explore and express my love of beauty and the beauty of love. I do this through energy-infused art. I do my energy healing work through the art, through the painting, intuitive services, introduce those, practical interactive workshops, guided visioning meditations, and more. And the purpose of this is to help open the great gateway to creativity and to nourish your transformational journey so that you can live in alignment with your definition of success, whatever that is. And that's the important thing, is it's really about your definition, not what other people think, but your intuition is all about connecting you to who you are. And Albert Einstein, I love this quote, and the artwork that you see throughout the presentation is mine. The intuitive mind is a sacred gift, and the rational mind is a faithful servant. We've created a society that honors the servant and has forgotten the gift. So a lot of what I do helps people reconnect to that right intuitive brain, but not to discount that left action-oriented rational mind. It's working with both in unison, having harmony between them for that definition of success. So I'll start by introducing some of my free resources, and a good intuitive exercise as you're listening through this is simply like feel as I'm talking to you. It might come through feelings. There's all sorts of different intuitive channels. And so just basically feel, listen, you know you're here for a reason because you're still here. So just kind of see if you're getting an intuitive hits of anything that might be something for you to pursue and to look for on my website, which is my name, dominiquehurley.com. So in my free resources, I have a 75-minute tutorial on how to connect with your intuition, how to develop your intuitive skills, 5 steps to activate your intuition for a happy, healthy life. So that's something that you can access. And if you do access that one, you'll be joining my mailing list, which you can unsubscribe if it doesn't serve you in the long run. But basically, you'll be getting 5 emails to help you tune in to your intuition. And that will also bring you to some of my other resources. As an intuitive artist, I also love to teach. This is a program I've taught in person throughout the schools in Newfoundland and Labrador, in French and in English. But there's a free guide on my website to help you tap into a kind of painting that has no expectations. You have no idea where you're painting, a way to release and to connect to your guidance. There's also spiritual photo tips. I've taught my photo workshops at MUN as part of the ESL program. And if you're into photography, I have a whole index in my free resources of different photo tips on composition and principles of good photography. But I go deeper into each one as how this skill can actually serve you in your life in terms of your personal and spiritual development. I also have the Reconnect to Your True Self series. This is a series of 11 paintings. And what I was learning as I was painting, I turned into video lessons, which are all about reconnecting to your true self. So these are 11 video lessons for you to dive into different levels and different facets of reconnecting to your true self. There's also the Guide to the 12 Universal Laws. I don't know if you've seen the movie The Secret and the Law of Attraction. That one's the most popular, but there's 11 others. And as I was connecting to my team of divine helpers, they were teaching me about the 12 laws. And after I channeled a story that helped me understand it. I then created each of the paintings, and these are like 30 by 30 inch paintings, and it would take me 75 hours on some of them that I counted. And then I turn these into lessons. And so there's reflection material, all that's to help you become a conscious creator of your life. And so it's about transforming your life, but from the inside out. And so this summary can help bring up some stuff for you. And there's tune into guidance. If you're one of these people who love to pick a card and then see what that card means for you in your guidance, if you trust that kind of intuition. These were on my blog, but now I've gathered them all in the index and the free resources. So basically you would ask a question about what's in my higher self for today. To know, you would see which of these 4 photographs calls you the most, and you would click on that one to get more of a description. And that would sort of just be a way to inspire you on your day. There's also a guide to creating intuitive vision boards, which are different than other kinds of vision boards. And so these are all tools to help you access your intuition. And these have been very powerful in my own life in guiding decisions, and also even opening aspects that I didn't know were asking to be open in that life. In that year, I mean, or whichever period you're looking for. And I do blog on a weekly basis about my artwork, about intuitive guidance, that kind of thing. And so you'll find that also on my website at dominiquehurley.com. On my YouTube channel, this year, my artistic penchant went towards developing inspirational videos. When everybody went into lockdown, I decided, you know, I needed to go into nature for my own health and well-being. And while I was out there, I was inspired by so much beauty. I wanted to help inspire others, and especially those who were in lockdown, or to inspire others to get outside and take advantage of that. We needed the healing properties of nature. And so I've created a whole series of inspirational nature videos in the staycation playlist, as well as in the inspiration and fun playlist. I have a few different playlists at Dominique Hurley Art on YouTube. The other one is a whole series of guided visioning meditations. So these meditations are all designed and channeled for you to tap into your intuition, but they take you on an inner journey. So they're entertaining contemplations, but also help you access. They're like a framework to help you access your intuition. And there's some on different topics. When it comes to the art that I have for sale, you have my original paintings. And as I say, I do energy healing as I am painting. I also hold intentions for people, for community. The one I just did this weekend, I had a whole bunch of my Facebook friends and community contribute their prayers and intentions that went into it. It's called Sacred Site, that painting. And also when I'm painting, people who are attracted to it is not just attracted to the visuals and the colors, it's also attracted to the energy as it helps raise them to the level where they're hoping to be. And so pay attention to what art is in your environment. Very important as you're looking at to what you nourish yourself with in your visual environment, in your energetic environment, in your social environment. All of it's very important. You can also order prints of many of my art paintings, and that's done through Newfoundland Canvas here in town, but you can access them on my website. And that's in your choice of size or medium even, canvas, paper, on acrylic, and also on wood. I have about 10 or 11, I think, packages left of my greeting cards. These are 12 5x7 greeting cards of my artwork. Remember to send love out there in the mail. And then there's the intuitive hearing aids. This is what I call basically my services and products that help you tune into your intuition. My spirit calling cards, these are a deck of 88 cards. Half of them are my photography, half of them are my paintings. Each has a photo and a word. And they're limited edition. I did this as a fundraiser for one of my art projects, and I believe I have 11 packages left. Basically, you shuffle and you ask a question, and then you pull 5 cards and you put them in order that speaks to you, that resonates more strongly to you, and you make a sentence with it. And throughout the day or throughout your week, you look at it and it helps guide you in your creative problem solving, but also in communication. This is a great communication tool between you and your partner, you and your family. And so these 5 cards, basically, I put into this affirmation: relax into gratitude and you'll attract a clear path. So what guidance does that give you for that day? I also will channel a custom guided meditation for you based on your intentions and with your name throughout. And so this is something that comes through me for you based on your needs. It can be left as a general one that you allow me to connect to your team of divine helpers and see what comes through. Or some people will give me a 1 or 2 word theme, as in life work balance or as in business success, anything that they're looking for. I also do this for corporations, for their teams, or life coaching schools have hired me to do this for them. I will also do it live. For example, I just finished a series of 6 for the Francophone Federation, a live online meditation. So if you want someone to guide a meditation for your group online, feel free to reach out to me for that. I've got 2 other services here that I'm going to introduce. The one is the Divine Storytelling Time. These are intuitive readings, but not your typical psychic reading. It's a package that I developed for you. It takes me 4 to 6 hours, and it's something that helps you every time you listen to it to get different levels of guidance. So you bring your questions to it, and as you listen to your 1 hour story, it's like listening to a Disney Pixar movie on audio, but without the bad guys. And so I tune into your higher self and a vision of your life coming up and the questions in your heart. And you get this recording that's an hour. And I'll also create visual GIFs that are based on the essence of that. And so this is layered photography. It comes with an image of the spirit calling card spread that started and worksheets. So this is basically not for people who are looking for all the answers, but who from someone else, but who wants a tool to help you tune into your own guidance. And the last service that I have is Soul Energy Portrait Experiences. This is me creating an actual painting for you. It takes about 2 weeks. And as I'm doing this, I'm doing energy work. You get a meditation. You get daily notes and photos of your painting. And so as you're doing your work with all the messages I'm giving you daily, the painting evolves as you do. And this comes with a summary booklet. Right now in March, I also have a special without all of the extras, just the painting. If you're interested in that, get in touch with me. And there's different prices depending on the sizes that you're interested. And so that's it for me. If there's something here that resonated with you, remember there's lots of free services and you can sign up to my newsletter on my website at dominiquehurley.com. Feel free to reach out to me. I'm also on YouTube, Facebook, and other mediums. It's been a pleasure sharing what I do with you. May you have a happy, healthy life.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dominique, for joining us today. That was an excellent presentation. Very cool stuff.
Thanks.
Awesome.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty. Perfect. And so next up we have Jean Gosine from Better Breathing Choir.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm just going to share my screen now.
Perfect.
Find my, there you go. All right, can you see that okay?
Awesome. Perfect.
Great. Okay, my name's Jane Gosine and I'm a faculty member in music, cross-appointed to community health and the humanities, but I'm here today to talk about the Better Breathing Choir. So I just wanted to start by giving you a brief overview more generally of the health benefits related to group singing. So studies show that when we engage with music, multiple areas of the brain are used, including the auditory, visual, cognitive, and emotional processing areas. So singing can be a great brain workout. There are fascinating studies showing fMRIs showing how the brain engages with music. Music can elicit neurochemical responses, so it can serve as mood enhancer, stress reliever, energizer, distractor, and you've probably used all of those things listening to music. Group singing has been shown to elevate mood, increase social bonding, and decrease stress. It releases endorphins, so we can see an increase in oxytocin levels, the bonding or love hormone, and a decrease in cortisol levels, so we feel more relaxed and less stressed. Singing helps us to breathe with deeper, slower, and more controlled breaths. So, for example, when we sing long phrases, which we do a lot in choir, this helps to lengthen the exhalation, to empty our lungs more efficiently and completely. And it helps us to take our inhalations with more comfort and to be fuller. And yet we don't realize we're doing this because we're focused on singing the words and the music. Not only does the singing help with more efficient breathing, but it's beneficial for reducing stress, something that I think we could all benefit from, particularly at the moment. During choir sessions, we also focus on improving posture, which helps with breathing, but also contributes to better overall health. We use vocal warm-ups as well as songs to improve vocal production, so both the quality of the voice and the strength of the voice. Because singing involves using multiple areas of the brain, and our choir sessions also incorporate synchronized movement, it challenges our cognitive skills to improve concentration and memory. Group singing can help increase self-confidence and self-esteem, feelings of belonging, as well as decrease feelings of social isolation, depression, and anxiety, contributing to an increased sense of well-being. And I should just mention at this point that this isn't music therapy, it's community music, and there's a distinction between those two. So we started the Better Breathing Choir in 2016 as a research project, and in response to a growing need for support for people living with lung disease. At the time, there was no support group for people diagnosed with lung disease in St. John's. We've since broadened our mandate to focus on using breathing and singing more generally to improve health. So anyone interested in improving their breathing and keen to do some singing can join the choir. It provides an inclusive singing and exercise environment. There are no auditions, no musical experience or knowledge required, and there's no need to read music. We have people in the group who had never sung before. Some, in fact, had been discouraged from singing from when they were very little, and so were initially hesitant to join the choir. And we have others who have had varying types of singing experience. The group is non-judgmental, a supportive place to learn a new skill and build on existing ones. Choir sessions are currently held using Zoom, and there's no cost to attend and no need to register. Our sessions follow the same basic format each week, starting with a welcome time. During in-person sessions, this was just a casual time to chat. On Zoom, some people unmute themselves to talk, others just listen. We always welcome any newcomers. We then do breathing and gentle seated physical exercises led by a physiotherapist, as well as an occupational therapist with experience in dance. Their work is integral to how we run the choir, as they're able to lead exercises appropriate to improving breathing and overall health in a fun environment. While many of the exercises are focused on breath awareness, they also target the neck, shoulder, and back to increase flexibility, build strength, and relieve stress. The physical warm-ups focus on stretching and strengthening for postural and abdominal musculature, musically or rhythmically based coordination exercises, and relaxation exercises such as modified chair yoga, Tai Chi sequences, and square breathing. Breathing exercises are selected based on specific respiratory goals, such as increased dynamic lung volumes, extended expiratory volumes, control of breath patterns, improved respiratory muscle mechanics, with greater awareness of how to engage the diaphragm. for those of us spending lots of time in front of a computer, which is many of us at the moment, these are great exercises for relaxation. I think that we all feel much better after that part of the session. We've also started to include more seated dance steps that incorporate movement from the exercises but set to music, which can help improve balance and coordination. So recently we've been learning salsa steps and tap steps, all from seated. We sometimes add singing to this to further increase the cognitive challenge and also add to the fun. And I have to say, we do laugh a lot when we're doing this. Choir members participate at whatever level they feel comfortable. We then do vocal warm-ups that prepare us for the singing. These include tongue twisters, lip trills, and other fun vocal exercises, all of which are really easy to learn. During online sessions, no one can hear you sing. You can hear the choir leader singing or shared computer audio, and you just sing along from the comfort of your own home. During in-person sessions, we always have a number of student volunteers who help build musical confidence amongst our choir members. We sing songs that are chosen both to work on breath control, but also just for fun or motivation. We want everyone to enjoy the singing and participate fully, so we regularly take requests. Currently, we just share the lyrics on the screen. We teach the songs by call and response, so it's easy to pick up the tunes. When we were having in-person sessions, we always finished with tea and coffee and social time. This was a really important part of the experience, so we all miss that a lot. But Zoom offers a different way of connecting, and the social side is still important, allowing us to continue to connect with others. A number of our choir members have referred to the choir as a lifeline. Later this year, we're planning to join with another choir for some joint online singing to add a new dimension to some sessions. We have a password-protected webpage to support choir members with all sorts of resources related to different exercises, health information, lyrics, sheet music, and recordings of songs, as well as shared ideas such as favourite holiday recipes and recommended readings from choir members. I just wanted to give you an idea of some of the songs that we've been singing over the last couple of years, and we're always adding to that. There's usually something that everybody likes. Before finishing, I just wanted to share a little bit of feedback that we've received from the choir members as part of various research projects that we've been doing to give you a sense of how people felt about or continue to feel about participating. Most of these were collected during in-person sessions, but I think they hold true to the online sessions too. So repeatedly, choir members have talked about feeling a sense of belonging and enjoying the social time, giving members something to look forward to each week, and a time to connect with others. It is a very welcoming group. They've referred to noticing improved breath awareness, something they take into their everyday life, not just something that they do at choir. And you'll see that people refer to having better diaphragmatic breathing, thinking like it's aerobics. Choir members talk about the feelings of relaxation that come as a result of being in choir, allowing them to, as one choir member said, forget the trials and tribulations of the day behind us. And again, I think we're all benefiting from that at the moment, even in the online setting. They've commented on the way in which choir helps to build confidence, both self-confidence and musical confidence. As you can see, we encourage singing without worrying about any mistakes. And finally, choir members talk about the pleasure of doing exercises with the group and then continuing at home. We've created videos of many of the exercises so the choir members can use them for home practice. And just before finishing, I wanted to share this slide showing the 5 ways to well-being, which were developed in the UK in 2008 by the New Economics Foundation. And some of you may already be familiar with this. The framework identifies 5 simple evidence-based ways to promote well-being in everyday life, whatever age you are. The Better Breathing Choir speaks to all 5, connecting people during sessions, doing gentle exercises to be active, being mindful during the exercises and singing, learning new skills, whether a new song, a new exercise or dance steps, and finally sharing and giving of each other's time, ideas and voices. I want to finish with a quote here from one of our choir members. And he wrote that hopefully in the future, it will become safe for choir members to drift away from their computer screens and gather again in person. I believe if the whole world could gather like our choir and sing peaceful and joyful music, it would be a far better place. Thank you. I've got my contact information there if you need that. I'll stop sharing now.
Thank you so much, Jane. That was a wonderful presentation, especially with the last quote. I really can't wait for everyone to kind of come together again so we can get away from being on screens all day. You know, too much prolonged screen time can definitely hurt our health. So I'm very excited for when we all get to go back and participate in our activities like we used to.
If anyone has any questions, feel free to either ask in the last couple of minutes now, or if you want to email me, I can always send information. Or if you know family members or friends who'd like to join us, we always welcome people coming on to the choir, and they can get a link to the Zoom session by just emailing me, and I share that. We don't publicize it.
Yes, and if anybody can't find the email or anything, you guys can contact us, and then we'll get in contact with Jane as well.
Thank you.
Thanks. I don't think we have any questions. Don't see any there. So we will get started. If you don't have any other last comments to make, Jane, we will get started on the next session. And again, thank you so much for joining today. We really appreciate taking the time to be here with us. I know it's kind of a bit different. We're all in a whole new world, but we really, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So guys, I'm actually up next and I'm going to do a wellness presentation. But before I get started, I'm actually going to show our resource section one more time because it's been a while. So I will get that started for you. All right, so that was our resource section again for all the organizations who weren't able to make it today. So now I'm going to show my presentation, and Kathleen, are you able to let me know if you see it correctly?
Yep, I'm here. I can let you know.
Okay, can you see this?
Yep, that's perfect, Emily.
Perfect. So it's still in full screen? Just, I have multiple screens right now, so it looks a little bit different.
It is, however, your other screen, up above your name, there's like just a square, and I'm assuming that's from your other screen.
Gotcha. Okay, I will move.
Perfect now.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so as some of you may know, my name is Emily Gatehouse, and I am the Healthy Campus Lifestyle Coordinator at the Student Wellness and Counseling Center. This semester, it's actually my second work term with the SWCC, And so far, it's been a great experience. So today we're going to talk about wellness and stress management. So first off, what is wellness? So wellness is an active process of becoming aware of and making choices towards a healthy and fulfilling life. So wellness is actually more than being free from illness. It is a dynamic process of change and growth. So some of you may be familiar that there is a mental health spectrum. So on one end, we have healthy, and on the other end, we have unwell. And this is where we have coping and struggling in between. So some people may actually view our mental health as something that could be black or white, but this is actually not the case. We're neither perfectly healthy or completely unwell at all times. So our mental health does lie on a spectrum, and how we're feeling can actually fluctuate up and down throughout our lives.
Excuse me, Emily. I don't think the slides are advancing. We're still on your main, main page.
No worries. It's okay.
There you go.
Perfect. Sorry about that, everyone. I will just jump ahead. All right. So yes, like I was saying, mental health does lie on a spectrum, and so we can fluctuate up and down throughout our lives. It is also important to note that achieving a healthy mental health is actually not a linear progression. So we may start down here and we kind of make our way up in a zigzag. And then also, if we are experiencing wellness, it's still fluctuating. So we could be up here at the top and we're still fluctuating. So what is stress and what is anxiety? So stress is actually the response to a threat in a situation. So most people know it as the fight or flight response, and it can be caused by an external factor like a deadline or an argument. And it's the most common trigger for anxiety. And then anxiety is the reaction to stress. So it's disproportionate fear to the situation we are experiencing. So everybody can feel anxious from time to time, and that's completely normal. And then it becomes problematic when it begins to affect our day-to-day activities. So when am I mentally healthy? So this is kind of a common question that most people ask. So it's when you can cope with stress, you're able to regulate your emotions, you feel good, and you're also able to focus. And this can actually allow you to work and study more effectively. And then also it's when you're effectively managing your life. So when am I mentally unwell? So this is when you are experiencing overwhelming negative emotions, negative thoughts. You're also having difficulty coping with stress. You're experiencing frequent mood swings, and you're also having irregular sleep patterns. So when is your distress too much? So it's when you cannot cope with stress. This is experiencing for a long time. It affects your day-to-day life. You're also having intense emotions, and you just don't feel like yourself. So here are a few ways to actually improve your mental health. So first, we have actually identify your stressors. So it's quite important for you to understand, what may cause you that stress or what might be a trigger, because that way you can learn on how to cope with those situations. Another great way is to exercise regularly, eat your well-balanced meals, get a good quality of sleep, and also take the time out for your family and friends. So this could also be reaching out for help or just checking in. Also use some problem-solving skills. It's also really important to learn and practice calming techniques. So this could be mindfulness or deep breathing. And also changing your positive thinking, change to positive thinking rather than negative thinking. And then again, practice self-care. So what is self-care? So self-care is taking care of yourself. So we want to be decreasing our stress and increasing happiness. So achievement self-care refers to doing tasks that give you a sense of achievement. So this is things such like chores, grocery shopping, showering, those types of things. And then pleasure self-care refers to activities that you find fun or pleasurable. And this can vary for everyone because not everyone finds the same activities enjoyable. So as some other people actually mentioned today, it is important to live a balanced life. So this actually allows you to achieve and maintain wellness. So we want to focus on all areas of your life because it's quite important. So a good way that I kind of think about it is if you have productivity, self-care, and leisure. So you want to make sure that you're kind of balancing all three of those. If you have too much productivity and you're not, putting time into your self-care or leisure activities, you'll eventually feel burned out to the point where you're actually going to have to really focus on your self-care because you're not functioning very well. Don't know why that jumped ahead. Sorry. So by remaining balanced, it actually creates a stability in our lives and allows you to function efficiently and effectively. And then when we're not balanced, this actually can create a domino effect in our lives and we can be negatively affected. So it can actually affect our loved ones. So if I'm quite stressed and I come home and my stress gets put onto my partner, they can be negatively impacted. This is something that can be really helpful. So it's a self-reflection checklist. So checking in with yourself often can help you prevent any struggles from worsening. So it's helpful to be mindful of your emotions or how you're physically feeling because it can help you be proactive in changing your behaviors. So a few questions you can actually ask yourself are, am I eating well-balanced meals? Am I getting a good quality of sleep? Am I doing any exercise or any leisure activities? Am I being social? And am I getting out of the house? And I know this can be a hard one because we are in isolation right now. So if there are any questions that you actually answered no to, allow yourself to reflect on possible changes you can make. So this is where you can actually create a plan in how to achieve these changes. So you actually want to remember to start small and then add more once it becomes easier. You don't want to take on too much where it becomes overwhelming and then you're actually not able to actually achieve those. So the importance of social connection. So this is something that's very important right now because we are in isolation here in Newfoundland. So naturally, humans are social beings. So social connections are part of your healthy lifestyle and even in a time of crisis. So it is easy to feel overwhelmed and anxious right now, but with patience, self-awareness, and support from others, it is possible to maintain your mental health. So I've just got some positive practices that we can focus on. So to start with, we have create structure in your day. So this can kind of look like, I know since most of us are working from home, we used to be, waking up in the morning, getting our breakfast, packing our lunches, driving to work, getting into the office, settling in, and then coming home. So now we don't have that same structure anymore. So that's where we need to create it in our days because we are just kind of waking up, getting ready, going to another room within our house to start our day. So we also want to set boundaries. So we want to make sure that our office space is in a separate area of the house so that we're able to kind of like put up that line. So this is the area that I'm designated to work, and this is the area where I can relax in the evening. And we also want to set the boundary of what our work hours are. I find a lot of people, I've been talking to so many different people, and they're finding because we're working from home, we're not necessarily stopping at 5 o'clock when we used to. It's kind of going later into the evening, and we end up doing a lot more work than we were used to, and we're starting to feel burnt out from it. It's also important to eat well-balanced meals and drink plenty of water. Again, I know most of us are kind of going for our comfort foods, but we do also want to make sure that we're getting all of our nutrients. And we also want to stay hydrated. Another important thing is to be physically active. So I know it's kind of hard right now with gyms closed. There are some online workouts. If you can get outside, that would be fantastic. They're really trying to promote that right now. Just the fresh air itself is really, really good for your health. Another thing is that we want to develop coping techniques. So this could be learning how to practice mindfulness, deep breathing exercises, also any like changing in your mindset, learning how to get rid of negative thought patterns, things like that. And we also want to check in with friends and family. When we want to make sure that we're staying social, we're still reaching out to people because we can feel very isolated right now. And then last, we also want to be compassionate towards ourselves and others. This is a very difficult time right now. We're all experiencing, I'm sure many of us didn't think we'd ever experience a pandemic in our lifetime. But again, we will get through this. But something that can be really helpful is to be compassionate towards yourself and others. And last, we have our information page. So we have our website there. So there's also a few ways to make appointments. So you can actually make a counseling appointment separately, or you can make a medical appointment. So we do have 2 separate emails for that. There's also a portal that we can use. So if you go onto the Student Wellness and Counseling Center website, there's a request counseling portal, and there's also the Health Myself patient portal for medical appointments. I will stop sharing there now. Perfect. Sorry about that. I was kind of wondering as to why the slides weren't jumping around, and then they were jumping around when I wasn't hitting them. So sorry about that. So I hope everyone was still able to enjoy the presentations, and I don't know if anybody has any questions. And if not, I will show the resource section just one more time because we've only shown it a few times, and then I'll introduce our next guests. So I don't see any questions. So I will put a resource section on just one more time. All right, that is the last of the resources. So next up, we have Melissa, Ennis, and Dr. Parfrey from the Health Accord. So I will actually, Melissa, I will hand you the ball so you can share the presentation, and then Dr. Parfrey, whenever you're ready, you can turn your mic on.
Thanks, Emily.
No sweat.
Is on now?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Melissa, are you going to put the slides on? Good stuff. I don't know how many people are online or anything, and the people they are, but I was asked. I'm interested in trying to communicate with as many members of the public about this health accord that I'm co-chair of with Sister Elizabeth Davis, and we're trying to get feedback from the public and from multiple arenas, including virtual town halls, dealing with stakeholders, going through this arena, etc. So let me explain what's going on with the health accord. It's an agreement. Go to the first slide, Melissa, the previous slide. Thanks. So what we're trying to achieve is an agreement between the public and the stakeholders and the government concerning a health plan that would induce a 10-year health transformation. And in our logo, which was chosen, you might perceive a cross for health, and the island of Newfoundland abutting the Labrador, the big land, and then the colours of the sea and the land to demonstrate the diversity of the province. And our hope is to engage with the public in such a way as we can get support for change in the healthcare system. In the next slide, you can see that we've outlined that there are several myths in Newfoundland and Labrador about health. One is that we are the healthiest people in Canada, which is not true. The second one is that health spending is more important than social spending. Third one is we need a doctor in every community and a full service hospital in every region. That's not true. That care for seniors is well resourced. That many tests and a drug for every ailment mean better care. And that digital solutions are not very helpful in providing patient care. So on the next slide, we had to look at some facts. On the left, you can see that we have the worst life expectancy in the country by 2.6 years. Our death rates are the highest in the country for cancer, cardiac disease, and stroke. And we have the highest rate of chronic disease in Canada. So we are not the healthiest, we're the unhealthiest. And despite the fact that we know that social factors influence these outcomes more than anything else, and certainly more than the medical system, there's only been a 6% increase in social spending since 1981, but a 232% increase in health spending. Now that would be okay, I suppose, if our health system performance, as measured by many metrics, was good, but in fact it's the worst across all Canadian provinces, and we spend the most per capita on healthcare in Canada, thus providing the worst value for spending in healthcare in the country. Then allied to these facts, we've got a demographic change that is massive. So 50 years ago, there were 200,000 children in the province and 30,000 seniors. Now there are 120,000 seniors and 70,000 children, and a drop in the rural populations. And care is provided to this changed population by a 50-year-old institution-based system in which there is a substantial imbalance between community-based care that would provide care for chronic diseases and for the elderly, and that imbalance is with hospital services. So we felt that the best way we could get traction in improving health in the province was to deal with 6 strategies. One was around the social determinants of health, i.e. those factors that influence health like poverty, homelessness, insecurity, etc. To deal with primary health care that we subsequently call community care, because it needed to be interdisciplinary with many more healthcare providers other than doctors. We needed to rationalize health services. We said a focus on the aging population would be necessary. And because many of the metrics of healthcare in the province were poor, we thought a focus on quality was necessary. And digital technology would be the enabling technology for these 5 strategic areas. Next slide. So our objective is to use evidence, strategies, and public engagement to create a 10-year health accord that will improve health in Newfoundland and Labrador, and do so within the fiscal envelope of the province. Next slide. So our timelines are, we've got to create a plan in association with the stakeholders and together with the public, and submit that plan to government. And then government needs to implement the plan over the following 4 to 5 years. And then the following 5 years after that, we need to evaluate each component and see how well we're doing and change it if necessary. And also we need to give time to changing culture, because the issues that affect us in our personal health are cultural, and in our health system and the way that health providers work are also cultural. You'll need about 10 years to get change in culture. Next. So our job is to set the directions for this task force around now, which we are doing. I'll give you a brief outline of what directions we're going to. Submit a report to government in April. Then we plan the implementation steps for the directions that we're going to. Draft a report, and then go, and in each of these steps, go to the public and the stakeholders for discussion. And finally submit a plan in December 2021. The next slide. Here's a brief synopsis of the direction that we're going to. And our intent is to improve the health of Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. And we would do it through addressing specific areas of concern relating to social, economic, and environmental factors, empowering people to transition seamlessly through age-related health changes, balance the health system with an accessible team-based network of community and hospital services, ensure high quality care in social and health systems, and creatively use digital technology to connect systems and people and to link health and social factors. Now, these directions cannot be undertaken independently of each other. This is a holistic plan, and if we just pick off pieces bit by bit, we're not going to be able to get any improvement. But if we've got a holistic and integrated approach to improving health, then it's likely it's going to work. So our job is to persuade the stakeholders and the people that the directions that we're going to are the correct ones, and then get them to support us and influence the political system to act on the plan that we intend to push. Next slide. So we're out there, we're asking people to think of this statement. It's your health, your province, your say. So we want people to get involved and make their voice heard. And there are several ways that you can do so. We've got virtual town halls. We've done 10 of them before Christmas. And now we're repeating them at the present moment. We can access our Health Accord website or send an email to info@healthaccord.nl. Look, and through this, we're looking to get commentary about whether we're going the right way or what should be undertaken and what should be implemented. Next. So there is an online survey. If you're able to read the slides that we've got on our Health Accord website, there's an online survey that you could fill out that would allow you to express whether you agree with or not agree with the directions that we're going to. Next slide. And of course, sending a submission, whether it's an email or a letter or a research piece or a position paper or whatever, it does influence us because we analyze the data in a qualitative fashion and we're trying to work out what the people are telling us. And so far, from the information that we've received from the people, it appears that the directions that we're going to, with an emphasis on the social factors that influence health and getting a balance between hospital services and community services, is a direction that people agree with. Next. And I've already mentioned this town hall. We've in our first round, we had nearly 350 people. And we collected information from those people about their thoughts through questionnaires and through a survey and through the capacity to add comments to our survey. And then the next slide. Here are the addresses that are relevant at Health Accord NL. Sorry, the website is www.healthacordnl.ca. And the email address is info@healthacordnl.ca. Is that the last slide, Melissa? I think it is. Right. So I think that with that kind of very brief summary, you can open it up to see if there's anybody want to ask any questions, so we can give more further details.
Yeah, I'll look into the chat to see if anybody has any questions. You guys can just write down there if you have any. I do have one question. Do you find now that because we are in a pandemic, things are a lot busier, or do you find that they've slowed down?
From the Health Accords perspective, we are going full steam ahead because we don't have time to slow down. And the reality is that the virtual communication through Zoom has been very helpful because we haven't had to travel out to multiple different areas and waste time traveling. We've actually been able to communicate with people. And we have already, the first time we've gotten 350 people on our calls, and this current time the numbers are actually up, so our capacity to communicate has improved, I think. And then in terms of doing the evidence gathering and trying to work out what would be the best implementation steps. Pandemic doesn't stop that at all. We're still able to, our strategy committees are still able to meet. So I think that the only thing that's happened to us really is that the election has had an effect, because the fact that people who are in the regional health authorities and in the government, they're not able to speak to us. So that's been deferred longer than we anticipated.
Okay, thanks. And we have actually a few other questions coming in. So have you considered the alternative healing community, or like conversing with them?
So we've had some commentary about alternative methods of care, and we will invite those people to come and speak to our committees if they want to. There's been opportunity for those. Already we've had a health advocacy symposium last Friday, which was very good. And we're having another one this coming Friday. So for people, if people want to reach out to us, they can.
Okay, perfect. So hopefully that answered the question for the person. And the other question is, do you envision social prescribing, similar to that used in the NHS in the UK, being part of the discussions of the health accord?
Certainly. I think that this whole idea of social prescribing is progressive. It's been brought into effect in parts of Ontario, particularly on a kind of a research basis. So one of the directions that we're going to is we're recommending community-based teams that would be interdisciplinary, that would contain doctors, nurse practitioners, nurses, pharmacists, social workers, etc. And within that environment, you would expect that social prescribing would be an important thing to do. And certainly anything that would improve the social determinants of health is an important thing for us.
Okay, perfect. So I don't know, does anybody else have any other questions there? So I don't think there's any more coming in, but if some people do have questions later and they contact us, we will get in contact with you so we can forward that message. And I just want to say thanks again for joining us today. We really appreciate it, and we hope you were able to maybe see some of the event, and we still have a couple more hours actually until we're finished.
Thanks very much, Emily.
Thank you. Thanks, Melissa.
Bye now.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, so up next we have Kerri Best from Flourish Energy. So Kerri, I will make you the presenter so you can get your screen.
Okay, great. Thank you, Emily.
Perfect.
Okay. I'm just trying to get it to share here. Okay, here we go. Great. Okay, so thank you so much, Emily, and welcome everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here with you today. As Emily noted, my name is Kerri Best, and I am the owner of Flourish Energy Wellness, a company that empowers you to flourish. So I just wanted to give you a quick overview of my presentation today on who I am, my background, what I do, who I work with, and then some notes on self-care and worthiness. I would also like to thank, I've been taking in a couple of the presentations as I'm able to today, and Kathleen, that was a fantastic meditative breathwork session that she took us through, so I thought that was great as well. So this is me. My name, I just said, I'm the owner of the company. We just celebrated our 5th year, so we're pretty happy about that. I personally have spent over 20 years in the oil and gas and mining refining industries. And with the downturn of the industry in 2016, coupled with a cancer diagnosis, completely changed the course of my life, as I'm sure you can imagine. I had always worked with energy, but I didn't quite truly understand the depth of it until a number of years ago. I read a note somewhere that said, if you want to know more about life in the universe, study vibration and frequency. And from my experience so far, that's pretty true. So I am an intuitive life coach. I'm a Reiki master, teacher. I'm a healer, and I am a lover of life. This picture that you're seeing on the screen is on Signal Hill, and it's on the winter solstice at about 7:15 in the morning on the 21st of December, just last year. So what I do is that I use multiple modalities such as Reiki, as I know Nadine had given you a full overview on that, EFT, which is emotional freedom technique, NLP, which is a neuro-linguistic programming. I also use astrology, numerology, oracle cards, and both your and my spiritual guides to help me do what I do. So let's move into what exactly is intuitive life coaching. So an intuitive life coach is a professional who helps you change your life and live your dream by helping you access your intuition. So these things are not all about going to a healer or going to someone and having them fix your problems. You are a very active participant and have to be in anything that you want to change or you want to fix or you want to remove from your life. So it can't be someone coming in, swooping in, fixing it all and leaving you with positive results. It has to be a buy-in program where you realize that your thoughts create your reality, and therefore you are the biggest driver of your own life and what that looks like. So intuitive coaches also, they help clients release blockages that keep them from moving forward. The coach relies on intuition, energy, and inner wisdom. Those are the main guiding principles that we help clients live their best lives by. And when I say intuition, of course, what I mean by that is the whole way that you feel, like it's your gut feeling. It's that inner voice, the spirit energy, some people call it. They're all terms referring to intuition. It refers to that sense of knowingness that comes from, it just comes. You don't have the proper reasoning. You can't even validate the reasoning part of it because it's a sense of knowingness. And what that is a connection between the conscious and unconscious mind. An intuitive life coach goes a little step further than traditional coaches because they focus on the energy that you're projecting. And then they help you clear the blockages that keep you from succeeding. So they tap into the principles of the traditional life coaching as well as spirituality coaching because it's important when you're being coached or coaching that you are very clear and connected to your deepest self, because that's where you're going to tap into your highest energy and your highest power, and certainly the power of universal energy. A significant aspect of this type of coaching is the belief in the law of the universe, which states about everything being made up of energy. And I know that Nadine touched on that, and we all know that energy is all around us. It's in us, it's in the plants, it's in everything. There's that common thread of stardust that's in everything that we see, everything that we create, everything that we are. So the benefits, some of the benefits that come with life coaching, this way of intuitive life coaching, is that they help you gain clarity. They empower you to get through blockages. You know, we all sometimes run into what we feel is a wall. And it could be for various reasons. It could be external to us. It could be internal. So intuitive coaches help empower people to work through and work with the energy that they're putting out so that it comes back to us in a way that we want to come back to us. So it's almost like putting in your order type thing at a restaurant, for instance. You put in your order and you expect it to come as you ordered it. So life being what it is, it can operate in so many fashions, so many functions apply to one single decision and to the outcome, that we help you improve your energy so that you can actually manifest the outcome that you're looking for. It helps you change your mindset. It helps you just manifest more positive energy. And then that, of course, translates into improved life experiences. Another benefit is that we help you see your full potential. So there's a ton of people out and about or in life in general that don't quite realize the full potential of what they're capable of. It's common that we underestimate our own true potential. We feel like we're not enough and that kind of thing. But by helping you tap into that deeper inner knowing of yourself, then I as the intuitive coach, would help you realize your capabilities. And it's not just helping you realize them, then I would work with you to help you actually achieve them. Because sometimes, it's really tough that you want to get somewhere, but you're not quite sure how to get there. So that's one of the things there, is helping you see your full potential. And of course, another one is to help you overcome worries and fear and anxiety. Throughout the last year, I think we can all agree that we've all had an abundance of worry, fear, and anxiety in our lives. Some more than others. Some have the same level of it, but it's how they deal with it. And some appear to be not fazed by things at all, but it's how people deal with things, and it's how they are connected to themselves that helps them deal with life. Yeah, definitely from an anxious or uncertainty and things of that, like life will always have uncertainties. But of course, with this type of coaching, then you're more apt to be able to find and achieve more inner peace, we'll say. So an intuitive life coach also can help you in the areas of love, career, finances, creativity, education, family, confidence, self-love, finding your purpose and your mission in life. I know a lot of people that, they're hard workers, they're great doers, and they're just not fully happy in their life because they're not fully living to the degree that they could be if they knew exactly what they were passionate about. So it's about finding those passions and actually turning that into employment for yourself. Because that's when you're at your best. And that's when it's no longer a job. It becomes a way of life because you're doing the things that you actually love doing. So here's a good one for you. So I've got a couple of pictures in here, and I was just going to run through them in the sense of I work with all types of people from all walks of life. And I like to say that I work with real people living real lives, because that's where the problems lay. For instance, I work with young adults, new and expecting moms, cancer patients, salespeople, educators, and volunteers. People wanting to learn how to meditate, people wanting to know their true self. A lot of people struggling with fear. I work with that a fair bit. And to be quite honest with you, it's not surprising because that one's very near and dear to my heart. I struggled with fear for an awfully long time, and no one around me knew that. Everyone thought I was fully confident, and I was suffering with a lot of fear. So I can help clear or clean up relationships. I help people struggling with their self-esteem and worthiness, which is really hugely important as a root cause and a root base for things. And I also help people grieve, or deal with grievance of a loss, or grieving some type, whether it be pet, relative, job. There's so many factors that come in here, but these are the types of people that I work with. So it's kind of like, do you ever feel like this, where you're frustrated or you're angry, depressed? A lot of people are carrying a lot of depression and a lot of that sad feelings inside of them, and they're not quite sure how to actually deal with that. Some people just feel in the dark, and that's really tough. And I feel for you, feel with you. I know it's difficult, but if you can just reach out in some way, fashion, or form, it'll empower you to do that, and there'll be plenty of help waiting to help you at the end of that call or that request. So coaching, what I do, the type of coaching, is the changing clients' outlook from like what, or frustrated, to this. So you can have great breakthroughs in coaching, especially intuitive coaching, because it's really dealing with the inner you. And when you deal with the inner, the outer achieves itself. I'm sure you'll find that in your own life. And it can feel a little like this. I like this picture. It's as if a helping hand reaches in and lifts you up from wherever you are. And we could all use that. So it makes you feel more like this. And of course, this. And who doesn't want to have a good laugh, to have fun, feel connected, and to call it life? Like, life doesn't have to be doom and gloom. It can be whatever you want it to be. It's up to you, and however much work you're willing to put in, that's how much work you're going to get out. We know that. You know that. You're in the prime educational space to know that, first and foremost. So I'll take you quickly now because I'm running down on time. But so self-care is so, so important. What do you do for self-care? What does that mean to you? So self-care is the care of any activity that we do that takes care of our mental, emotional, and physical health. It's how you take your power back. It's it's improved mood, and it reduces anxiety. It makes you good with relationships for yourself and with others. It's really important, and it's important to note, self-care is not selfish. You need to take care of self before you can actually take care of anyone else in life. So it's really important to know that. That's why, if you're on a plane, which none of us are these days, it seems, but when you are on a plane, they ask you and they tell you in the overview to put the mask on. If that oxygen mask falls out of that compartment, then you put it on first. Before your kids, before anybody, put yours on first. And there's a reason for that you have to take care of yourself in order to be able to take care of others. And of course, worthiness. You are worthy of love. Each and every person that's listening today, I'm so glad you're here. I hope you hear my voice and know that you are worthy of love. Your sense of self-worth helps you to trust your own judgment and make better decisions. It can lend you to better confidence. And you know what? You'll feel like more value. You'll have more value for yourself. And of course, just remember, where there is a will, there's a way. There's nothing in life gives you that you can't handle. Sometimes we need to ask for help, and that is normal and acceptable. We weren't meant to do this all on our own. And this is my wish for you, to have a happy, healthy, and empowered to be the greatest version of yourself possible. This, I'm just trying to squeeze this in now. I'm not sure how much time I have left, but I'm squeezing this in. So this is just an example. This is in my backyard. So I took my snowshoes and I just went out and I tracked out Heart, the one on the outside first. And my friend Dominique actually told me this cute trick. And this has been a source of great joy for me. I don't have to have a running track. I don't have to have anything. I can go out in my backyard. I can find inner peace. And it's really, really healthy because I'm getting air, fresh air. So it's really good. And it's something you can share with others because you're outdoors and you can do the 6 feet distance. So if anyone has any questions, but I'd just like to thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. And I'd love to hear from any of you. I have healing circles that I work with. One is a book therapy healing circle, which you may be interested in. And the other one is a spiritual, but not religious healing circle. So thank you again.
Thank you so much, Kerri. I am actually smiling all during your presentation. Some of the photos that you just showed, those images of that person giving a helping hand, resonates. I mean, it's just so great to know that, there are intuitive coaches out there that can, if we reach out, they can help us reach our potential, and, the coaching that you do to help us find inner peace and success within ourselves, whatever that looks like. So thank you so much. I'm just reading through the chat function now, so there's no questions there. But if anyone has any questions for Kerri, any comments, questions, feel free to send them along to myself or Emily, and we'll be sure that we will get them to Kerri. So up next,
Thank
we
you.
have Sarah Sexton. Sarah is with the Harmony Center Incorporated. Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you. I'm just trying to see if I can get my video coming up there. Start my video. Is it coming? It's coming. Oh, why not? Better just do this. Okay. Thank you, Kerri, for that fabulous presentation. I really enjoyed it as well. And I actually went snowshoeing this morning in Pippi Park, and it was just beautiful in the woods. And it just does so much for you to feel nature around you. And you whatever you're feeling or experiencing, it's almost like you can put it into the earth, and the earth gives you back such a wonderful sense. I love it. Yeah. So anyway. Hello, everyone. I'm not sure if Emily is able to access my slideshow. I'm just going to press at the top of this share and see what happens. Share my screen. Now share my screen. Okay, and can you see that there now? Can we see that?
Yeah, you're good. You're not in the full mode though. So if you just go to slideshow and start from beginning, it will be the full presentation.
If I go to slideshow?
Yeah, just there up at the top. Oh, go back to
share. Okay. Share file or share. Okay. I just have three options: share my screen, share file, including video, or share application.
It would. So you had it up there. I'm not sure what so if you share screen, just open up the PowerPoint there.
Okay.
So you already are sharing your screen. So if you just at the bottom where the toolbar is, you can select your PowerPoint.
Oh, I don't know where to get it. Okay. Open. Okay. And where do I?
So then up at the top, on the tab where it says slideshow, select that.
Okay, got it.
And then on the far left where it says from beginning, just select that.
Okay.
And then you'll be able to get it started.
Great.
Perfect.
Okay, so I can, so I can begin. Thank you for having me for your health fair. My name is Sarah Sexton, and I am a registered massage therapist, and I have been a registered therapist since 1988. When I moved back home to Newfoundland from Ontario to practice massage therapy, there was one other person here besides myself, and we formed an association and in 1990, and now there are 417 massage therapists in Newfoundland and Labrador, so that's quite an exponential growth. I became an RMT because I wanted to work with people with their health and well-being, and with a focus on prevention as well as health maintenance. And within my practice over the past 30 plus years, I've worked with everything from pregnant women and newborn babies to elderly people and individuals experiencing end of life. And it's been a very rewarding profession, I have to say. There are many reasons why someone would seek out a massage therapist, and I'm putting up a number of them that you can see. And some of the conditions that benefit massage therapy are inclusive to the entire body, and sometimes the treatment approach that we use encompasses various areas because things don't operate in isolation within the human body, and when there's injury or illness, it can often be far-reaching. Take that out of there and do that. Some of the conditions that benefit from massage therapy. As you can see, we have a head-to-toe approach. Oops, sorry, my mouse is very sensitive. So these are some of the conditions that massage therapy can deal with, and we have found over the years that the relationship with the medical profession has grown naturally. With referrals. Unfortunately, we are not covered. Private health insurance covers massage therapy, but the medical system, the provincial health insurance coverage is non-existent. We do have Workplace NL, which will provide a one-time 6 half-hour treatment protocol for someone who's an injured worker. and that would be the extent of what they could receive as a one-time coverage. But right now, our research committee is working with HealthNet, and they're gathering research to help to hopefully create a path with Workplace NL where they can look at massage therapy as more of a viable form of treatment to get workers back to work. It's interesting to note that Memorial University has a very extensive massage therapy coverage for their faculty and staff, students and staff, and I think pretty much the whole campus has coverage. These are some more of the conditions that massage therapy can treat, some of the things that we focus on. So the previous presenter discussed our health services review, and I'm actually presenting at that on Friday, so it was great to hear him and see a little overview of what they're doing. Professionally, I would like to see massage therapy as a degree program at the university, similar to kinesiology or a Bachelor of Science, because then it would bring us together as the understanding that holistic health that we're looking for, the whole mind, body, spirit, energy of health, and putting it into a medical model. I think that would be, it's certainly the future goal that I'm hoping to continue to champion. I just have a little picture of people studying massage therapy there. This is a t-shirt I saw. I thought it was great. I thought, I must get me one of them. And probably put the previous slide on there on the back of the shirt and the association's name, the NLMTA. I currently serve on the Canadian Massage Therapists Accreditation Committee, which is a national endeavor to accredit massage therapy programs in Canada. And this is being offered in Ontario and other provinces, BC. Massage therapy is trending towards being taught in schools, in the community colleges and the universities. So we'd really like to see us progressing in that direction. And so in closing, I probably talked really fast, so I used up my time fast. In closing, I'd like to say thank you. And if anybody has any questions or any interest, comments on what I've presented here today, I'd be more than happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura. One question I have, so for insurance purposes, do you guys take all the different types of insurance companies with like 80% coverage?
Generally speaking, yes. Depending on where people work, some clinics have direct billing where patients can just have their insurance company pay the practitioner directly. But most insurance policies do cover 80%. And the standard rate is around $100 per hour treatment.
Okay, perfect. That is very good to know for the audience. Let me just see if there's any questions there.
Is there a listing of registered massage therapists anywhere that we could go just to make sure that they are registered massage?
It's hard to hear.
Oh, sorry. I think my computer gets really low sometimes. Is there a listing of registered massage therapists, like a list? Is there a website that we go on to? Yeah.
My last slide there, if you can see that, it has the NLMTA email address.
Okay.
The NLMTA is the Newfoundland Massage Therapists Association, and the list, they have an extensive list of therapists that are practicing across the island and in Labrador that you could go to find out.
That's wonderful. Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'll put that link there in the chat so people can see it.
Okay, that'd be great. And, you know, when we have an opportunity on Friday to present to Pat Parfrey and Sister Elizabeth Davis, you know, we're very interested in being part of that healthcare team because our approach is more about wellness and prevention. And with an aging population, there needs to be a level of education about your own wellness and what you can do, the things you can do. And massage therapists are very well versed in helping people look at exercise, diet, lifestyle, those different factors to help them improve upon how they're living.
I totally agree. It would be nice to see this, like the massage therapy program, to be integrated into university, because I just think of people who I know that are massage therapists. There's so much in depth of education that they're learning, and it should be part, it could easily become part of MUN.
And there'd be a lot of crossover in the programming because of the nature of the courses that we do, that they also do in kinesiology and they do in a Bachelor of Science. And then there's it's sort of that stepping stone to, okay, if I'm a kinesiologist, I can either stop now and become a personal trainer, or I can continue on and I can become a physio, or I can go into medicine. And massage therapy is the same way. If you did your program, you decided you want to be a massage therapist, that's where you go. And if you want to further, then you move on into the programs that are available to you.
Yes.
It's a blue sky.
I think there's a little feedback right now. What were you going to say? Sorry, Sarah?
No, I just said it's a blue sky idea, but I think it's one that's time has come, and it's happening in other places. Interesting. British Columbia, their provincial insurance, they cover 12 massage therapy visits per year for all their residents. And in the US, I mean, I think, what was the statistic? I had some stats that I also was looking at there, that they said, when asked, 89% of people said that they believe having a massage can significantly be an effective way to manage their pain. And that in the years 2015 and 2016, 50% of American adults received a massage for both medical and health reasons. Like, that's half the population. That's millions of people. So we can go in that direction. We need to go in that direction. And I think it will certainly reflect in the future, at the end of their 10-year plan, a difference in what the outcomes could be if massage therapy is indeed included.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much again, Sarah. There's a bit of feedback. I will introduce our next speaker. So that's Mary Lynn from NL Smokers Helpline. So Mary Lynn, I will hand you the ball so you can show your presentation. And thank you again, Sarah. We really appreciate you coming here today to join us.
Thank you for having me. Take care.
All right, so I've handed you the ball, so hopefully you're able to share your screen there now.
Yes, I'll bring it up here now.
Perfect.
Okay, so I'll get started. Okay, so yes, my name is Mary Lynn, and I'm from the Newfoundland and Labrador Smokers Helpline. This is a program of the Lung Association. The Lung Association is funded by the federal and provincial governments to be the quitline service provider for the province. So just to get into the programs that are available and hopefully give you some valuable information here today. First, I encourage people to think of the benefits of quitting smoking. So for most people, that's the health benefits. So of course, we know smoking causes a disease in many parts of the body. It can cause cancer in almost any part of the body. Here on the left are the common cancers that are known that have been proven to be caused by smoking. So they're on the left. We know that smoking increases the risk of lung cancer by about 25 times. So it's very alarming. We know that smoking is connected to a variety of serious chronic diseases, such as respiratory disease, such as COPD, which is a very serious breathing problem. There's no cure for COPD. Many of our clients that we talk to at the helpline are impacted by COPD. It severely impacts your quality of life. But then also heart disease, smoking increases the risk of heart disease by 2 to 4 times. So you guys know that, smoking causes diseases. And I just want to point out, this is a really great time to be taking action to quit smoking. You know, we're in the middle of a pandemic that's impacting our lungs, our respiratory system. So the studies that have been done with regards to smoking and the impacts on the risks of developing COVID-19 have found that smoking, if you're a smoker, does increase the likelihood that you may develop more severe outcomes if you do become infected with the COVID-19 virus. But just, you know, we encourage you to look at the benefits, you know, for your lung health for now and in the future. You know, when you're breathing in that tobacco smoke, the first place it's going is down into your lungs. So over the years, studies have shown that smoking impacts your immune system in general. So people who smoke just tend to get sick more often with just a regular flu or colds. So yeah, so if the flip side of that is quit smoking, and of course it will help boost your immune system. So definitely some good reasons to quit. Here in Newfoundland and Labrador, about 1,100 people die each year from smoking-related illnesses. There's another stat that says 1 in 2 long-term smokers will likely die from smoking. So 1 in 2 smokers die from smoking. When you breathe in the tobacco smoke, there's like 7,000 chemicals in it. We know that 70 of them are known to cause cancer. So now we just want to give you the good stuff, the tips to help you quit smoking. So we encourage you to speak to your doctor or pharmacist. This is the key. When it comes to quitting smoking, the most effective method is to use quit smoking medication or product along with counseling. So I'm going to get into the different products and medications, but then the counseling as well, you could be getting from your pharmacist or from the helpline or from another healthcare provider. If you're not ready to quit smoking right away, we encourage you to look at reducing how much you're smoking. So that can be a really great step, is just look at exactly how many you're smoking each day and looking at setting a goal to reduce that amount. Some tips for managing cravings, because we know smoking is an addiction. It can be tough to quit even if you want to quit. We need to have a plan for managing cravings and withdrawal. So here's a couple. So try drinking water, have a water bottle to replace that hand to mouth action of smoking, as well as, you know, drinking water is really healthy for you anyway. Try doing something different. Get your mind off smoking. Try changing up your habits and your routines. A lot of times you might have triggers. It might be in the vehicle. It might be break times at work, but you can look at, you know, try switching up those routines and try waiting longer between cigarettes. Here are the quit smoking aids. So certainly chat with your doctor or pharmacist. So there's 5 different nicotine replacement products. The great thing about nicotine replacement products is that you're getting nicotine. It's a safe form of nicotine to help satisfy the cravings and alleviate the withdrawal symptoms. But it doesn't have all the harmful chemicals that's in the cigarette smoke. So you're only getting nicotine. They have been proven to be safe and effective. There's the nicotine patch, the gum, the nicotine lozenge, the inhaler, and the mouth spray. So those are all great products. Any of them, you know, are certainly helpful. Generally people use them for around 12 weeks, but if you need to use them longer, you can. If you're a heavy smoker and you're finding that you might need, you know, more nicotine than what you're getting from this, then you can basically use it to meet your needs. You can even use 2 products together. You know, like if you're wearing the patch all day long and then you're having some severe cravings, you can chew a piece of the nicotine gum or have a lozenge or inhaler, something like that. So these are really good products. There's 2 prescription medications, Champex and Zyban. So those are pills that you can take that have been found to decrease cravings and withdrawal. Now, when it comes to quitting smoking, another tobacco product is e-cigarettes. So people usually have questions about this. So I'm talking about it now in terms of quitting smoking. Yes, e-cigarettes are known to be less or believed to be less harmful than smoking a regular cigarette. Because the thing about e-cigarettes, there's no burning tobacco plant, right? You're not inhaling smoke, but rather it's just heated, and the e-cigarette changes it into an aerosol form and that you breathe in. So if a person was to looking at quitting smoking, e-cigarettes may be a tool if you've tried everything else and nothing's working for you, and you decide to give e-cigarettes a shot, that's fine. So Health Canada is saying if a person completely switches from regular cigarettes to e-cigarettes, well, yes, that might be an effective approach to quitting and less harmful than smoking regular cigarettes. So, but the key is to switch completely. If you're smoking any amount of regular cigarettes, well, there's no safe level of tobacco smoke getting inhaled into your body. So it's important to quit the regular cigarettes. And like I said, first try the products that have known to be safe and effective, because we don't know the risks of long-term use of these products. There's some studies showing that, you're still inhaling some potentially small amounts of toxic chemicals that may be impacting your lungs, but it may be an option for some people. And so then I just want to encourage, when you look at quitting smoking, then the challenge, of course, is staying quit. So you might get a few days in. We encourage you to build on your success, look at what's working for you. If you quit smoking in the past, what worked for you in the past? Try that again. But if you're quit smoking for a few days or a few weeks, you may have a slip. It may happen. You're building skills here to get through these triggers and situations without smoking. So here are some tips in here. Try to learn from what caused the slip. Consider what can you do differently next time. Try not to have any cigarettes around. Use some positive self-talk. Self-motivation, and tell yourself that you can do this. You can overcome this addiction. And be patient with yourself and keep trying. So don't give up on it. Every time you quit, even if you have a slip, you learn something and you can try again. So now just want to mention there's great supports out there. So this is the key. If you would like to connect with the Smokers Helpline, we're here to help you. And the phone number is actually on your cigarette pack. So if you call that number on the cigarette pack, you will reach the quit line for our province here in Newfoundland and Labrador directly. So it's a 1-866 number. You can certainly call. So when a person calls, we'd have a chat with you about the different programs that are available. We'd have a chat with you. There's no pressure at all to quit smoking right away or nothing like that. It's more just letting you know what's out there to help. Going down through the medications, talking about some different tips for managing cravings and withdrawal and that sort of thing. So you can call. We can also set you up on a plan where we could follow up with you on a weekly or bi-weekly, every 2 weeks. We could call and check in and provide some ongoing support over the phone. So there's programs online as well through our website, smokershelp.net. We have a web app, kickbash.ca, got some fun features. Many people like getting emails and text messages from us, so that's really popular. And you can sign up through the Smokers Helpline website again. It's on your cigarette pack. You just go to that website, click on Newfoundland. Emails, you'd get 1 email a week for 5 weeks. Text messages, you get a little text every day. But basically, it's just another way to get support. And, people text back, when they receive the tips from us and everything. So it's just another way to communicate, whatever you prefer. So here's the different ways you can reach out to the Smokers Helpline. And so I guess that's all the information I had for you. Just want to get you thinking, I guess, about your reasons to quit and look at some tips for managing cravings and withdrawal and the different supports that are out there. Thank you. Emily?
Thank you so much, Mary Lynn. One question I have, so we can also see if any come in. Do you find that more people kind of reaching out during the pandemic has started?
Oh, that's a really good question, because this is a really prompt, to prompt people about thinking about their lung health and quitting smoking, which is so important for your lung health and your overall health in general. We've actually seen a little bit of a decline during the pandemic, and one of the big reasons for that, well, we're not sure, it could be people don't have smoking top of mind right now, or other stressors are impacting their life, but also here at the helpline, a big source of our clients is doctors and nurses and referrals that we get from the healthcare system. So as the healthcare system scales back during the pandemic, we see a little bit of a decrease in how many clients they're sending our way right now.
Okay, yeah. Yes, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and so it picks up again then, hopefully, as the healthcare procedures and appointments get back on schedule, hopefully in the next few months, cross our fingers. But no, we're still here. We still get lots of inquiries by email and text message. People really like those online supports. So, yeah.
Yeah, and it's definitely very helpful to have those online supports right now, because it's kind of how our world is right now. So it's great that you guys are still able to provide support even in this.
It's about being easily accessible and however people want to communicate. But it's interesting because other quit lines across North America have also reported that question you asked regarding, caller volume during the pandemic. Interestingly, all the quit lines that we've heard from across North America have said the same thing. They see declines, surprisingly, during the pandemic, but it's just the way it's happening right now. A lot of impacts of the pandemic.
Yes, and hopefully when this is all said and done, you guys will see those increases again.
Exactly.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Marilyn. I don't see any questions coming in. Again, if you guys do have any questions, she does have some contact information up there. And if you want to get in contact with me or Kathleen to forward on that message, we'll reach out to Marilyn so she can answer that for you. So I just want to say thanks, Marilyn, and we will move on to the next presenter.
Bye.
I think actually, thank you so much. I will actually show our resource section again. So these were organizations that weren't able to join us today for our sessions. So I'll just share that now. All right, so we'll start with our next panelist. So we have Chelsea McPhee. She's from NL Support, and I will pass you the ball so you can share your presentation.
Great, thanks, Emily.
No sweat.
Okay, can you see that?
Yeah, you're good.
Great. So hello, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me. My name is Chelsea McPhee, as Emily said. I'm the Patient Engagement and Training Capacity Development Lead with NL Support. And this is probably going to be a bit of a different kind of presentation than what you've just been listening to. But I'm here to tell you about our unit and some of the ways that you can become engaged with us and some of the supports that we provide. So NL Support is part of a network of 11 research support units across Canada that are funded by the Canadian Institutes for Health Research under the Strategy for Patient-Oriented Research. So this is really a nationwide initiative focused on improving the outcomes for users of Canada's healthcare system. Normally, we're housed in the Faculty of Medicine at MUN, although now we're all working virtually, of course. We have several partners, including the research programs Quality of Care NL and Choosing Wisely NL, and the Center for Health Informatics and Analytics. We also work closely with the Primary Healthcare Research Unit, the Newfoundland and Labrador Center for Health Information, and the provincial government, among others. So, but what is patient-oriented research? Well, patient-oriented research is research that addresses patient priorities, engages patients as partners, and improves patient outcomes. Essentially, we're talking about research where patients aren't just the research subjects, but they're actually engaged throughout the research process to help guide and develop the research through their lived experience. So this type of health research aims to improve the impact of the research for the people that it's ultimately going to affect. It also works to decrease the length of time it takes for research to go from research results into practice changes and system changes. This can be helped, of course, by including other relevant stakeholders like policymakers and clinicians, which is referred to as integrated knowledge translation. And so patient-oriented research really has these two components. One is engaging patients, and the other is engaging your other knowledge users or stakeholders who are going to use the results of that research. So I keep saying the word patient. That might not be a word that is comfortable for everybody. Really, this is a Canadian Institutes of Health Research term, and it's probably much broader than how you're imagining it. A patient is actually anybody with lived experience of the healthcare system, or the family caregiver or friend of someone with that lived experience. We also often use the term patient partner, and this just means someone with lived experience who's partnering in research with a research team or a research unit. And speaking of patient partners, at NL Support, we have this excellent Patient Advisory Council, or PAC, as we sometimes refer to it. This council was established in 2015, and we currently have around 17 people from across the province who sit on the council. The people with lived experience of the healthcare system who sit on this council do things like review research priorities and advise on the prioritization of research topics. They advise on how to involve patients in the community in research and priority setting. They identify training needs for members of the Patient Advisory Council, other patient partners and research teams. Generally, they meet quarterly, though at the moment, while we're working virtually, we've moved to shorter bi-monthly meetings. And sometimes they meet in between to work on special initiatives and opportunities as needed. So some members of the PAC also sit on other governance structures with the unit, and we also often circulate external opportunities, including opportunities to network nationally. So I just want to highlight a couple of the things that some of our Patient Advisory Council patient partners have been involved in. So some, as I said, participate as members of research teams. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but this here is Dorothy. She sits on a research team called SurgeCon, and that's to research the movement and management of patients in emergency departments across the province. Patient Advisory Council members are involved in opportunities with some of our external partners. This is from a strategic planning day with the Newfoundland and Labrador Center for Health Information. We also encourage patients to participate in events for the public. So here, a patient was part of a panel discussion during a public forum on provincial antibiotics usage. And now this is a theater bill, I guess. That was part of a knowledge translation product from this really innovative research project. The project was about breast cancer surgical decisions, and they actually developed this play to help present their findings to stakeholders. So patient partners who were involved in that research project were involved in the development of the play, and some of them even acted in the play. So here we have a couple of other examples. The Patient Advisory Council will be consulted about the language, messaging, and images used in posters like the one on the left. They also help to define the audience of these kinds of knowledge translation products and provide suggestions on where they should be posted. Choosing Wisely Newfoundland and Labrador does an annual public campaign to reduce inappropriate antibiotics use. So a couple of years ago, the Patient Advisory Council actually chose the direction of that video. They felt that previous messages about antibiotics use weren't really hard-hitting enough. And so they chose the most direct of the 3 draft video scripts that were presented to them. And one of the members then suggested that Patty Daly be involved in the video in some way, and we thought that was pretty funny at the time. But when we gave that feedback to the communication, we were able to get him to agree to shoot the video from his sound booth at the radio station. And I'm going to try to show you this video, and we'll see if it works. Emily, is this working or not?
You're good, but there is no sound, but it looks like we can follow along still. Because I think there's words I see.
Yeah, okay. You just might not hear the end of it.
It is a little glitchy, but I think you mentioned that you guys do have a YouTube version of it. So if you wanted to put that in the chat, so then people can kind of look at it after, that would be
Sure,
great.
yeah. Sure, no problem. I'll put it in the chat a little bit later there. Okay, well, essentially, the whole idea was just that it was because of the Patient Advisory Council that Patty Daly ultimately became involved, and I think it was a pretty successful campaign that year. So these, as I mentioned, these are 2 research programs of our unit, Quality of Care NL and Choosing Wisely NL. Really, this is whereas NL support provides research support, this is really the implementation side of things. So the research through these 2 programs is really looking at changing provider behaviors or making larger health systems changes. So I spent a lot of time talking about the activities of our Patient Advisory Council, and please, if anyone's interested in learning more about that or thinks that they might have the relevant lived experience and are interested in joining the Patient Advisory Council, I'll have my contact information up later on in the presentation. We are currently recruiting for that council, so by all means, get in touch. But if, on the other hand, you're interested in maybe conducting patient-oriented research as a patient, as a student, as a faculty member, clinician researcher, we can absolutely help you do that in a number of ways. We do provide funding to support patient-oriented research, though we don't currently have any competitions open at the moment. We do hope to have some open later this year, including a student stipend, I believe. And then, for free to anybody, we can help you help you develop your patient engagement and knowledge translation plans. So, if you're struggling to think about how to engage patients as partners or what other stakeholders you might need to engage to make those kinds of behavior changes, please just give us a shout. That's what we're here for. And if your project is relevant to one of our research programs and is submitted and approved through those, there are a number of additional supports that might be available to you, including methods support, data access and management, and then some other KT support. Another thing we do to build patient-oriented research capacity is to offer free training about patient-oriented research. So we do have monthly webinars. Back before COVID, we had workshops as well, but now even our workshops are virtual. And if you complete 6 sessions over a 2-year period, you're eligible for a letter of completion. And these are for free for anybody who's interested. So you can find more information about those on our website. I'll put the website in the chat as well. Really, the best way is probably to sign up for our newsletter that comes out monthly, and that way you can stay on top of both the funding and training opportunities that we have coming up. So these are a few of our past training topics. As you can see, they're very patient-oriented research relevant to patient-oriented research. I think we are pretty flexible. So, you know, if you feel like there's some sort of skill that would enable you to conduct this kind of research, please just give us a call, give us an email. We're happy to work with you to develop something. This is our training calendar for this month. So we've already had 2 sessions, one on engaging with the public on whole genome sequencing, another about diversity in health research. And we have a number of other very interesting sessions coming up this year. So again, as I said, we are what we are as a support unit, and in order to provide you with support, all you have to do is get in touch. You can get in touch with our director, Catherine Street, myself, or our knowledge translation lead, Kathleen Mather. And please do go to our website so that you can sign up for our newsletter and stay up to date about our funding and training opportunities.
Awesome.
I'll put some stuff in the chat here now, Emily.
Okay, perfect. That would be great. And does anybody have any questions? I can forward them along to Chelsea if you guys just write in the chat. And again, if you guys realize that you have questions later on, you can always reach out to Chelsea. And if not, you guys can reach out to myself or Kathleen, and we can get in contact with her and we can forward your question along. Hopefully we'll be able to get an answer.
Absolutely. I'll just try to find this this Patty Daly video for you because it is pretty good. There we go.
Okay, don't think I see it. Did you send it?
So I just said to all attendees.
Oh, okay, that's why, because I'm on the panelist list. So I was like, oh, I don't see the message. That's totally fine.
I'll share this with you too then, Emily.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you being here today. This was a lot of great information. And again, stay well. You know, this pandemic has been a challenge, so just stay safe. And we thank you again so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. Bye.
Bye. All right, so up next we have Jordan Carter from Fire Eagle Healing. So Jordan, I can pass you the ball if you have a presentation, but I think you mentioned you may not. And you're able to, perfect, there we go. Video and perfect, there we go.
Okay.
I think it was just a little bit slow there. I'm getting a little circle on your, oh, I think it's better there now.
Okay. Me okay?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, cool. Good to go.
Yes, it's all yours.
So, yeah, thanks everybody for joining in. Thanks for this time. My name is Jordan. I've done some training with yoga teaching training. I've done some yoga programs with the Isha Foundation, which is a world-renowned nonprofit and spiritual organization. And I also use my life experiences to learn and grow on a moment-to-moment basis. So I'm in a constant state of growing and expansion. And my goal is to utilize everything that I've learned to help you to become the best and most beautiful version of yourself. So basically what I do with Fire Eagle Healing is and I help people to get these different dimensions of life in a place where they want them to be. I help them get their physical health where they want it to be, their mental health where they want it to be, and their emotional health where they want it to be. And just a little bit about me and how I got into this before I kind of get into exactly what I do. Back when I was about 14 years old, I had this very intense, sad, really upset. I just didn't know what was happening. I didn't know what was causing this. And I just remember like coming home from school and going into my room and crying and not even knowing what was happening. So after going through this for some time, I reached out and got a little bit of help from my parents. And I was like, I gotta do something to change this. I'm not feeling good and I don't know what's causing it. So some psychiatrists. I went through
Jordan, you're a bit, the connection's a little bit lagging. I'm just wondering if you were to turn off your video, then that would actually help the audio.
Okay, let me see.
Sometimes that does help.
Okay, so is it any better right now?
It is. So hopefully it does continue.
Okay, cool. Sorry about that.
Thank you. No worries.
Yeah, so yeah, I had this intense period of depression. I went through the traditional approaches of seeing a psychiatrist, taking some medications, doing some physical exercise. And all of these things definitely helped me. They helped me to shift out of the intensity of the depression. But as the years went on, I found that this depression and this anxiety kept coming back up. Like I'd have a period of being great for a week, then maybe a period of feeling horrible for a week, great for a day, not so good the next day. It was just all over the place. My mental state and emotional state was just very inconsistent, and I just didn't want to keep living this way. So I began looking into anything and everything health related, and eventually I came across some meditation. And it wasn't until I began to practice some meditation that I started to see some changes within the way I was feeling and the way that my mental state was working. I began to understand how these things were happening within myself. So after experimenting with many different meditations for some time, I came across some specific ones that really laid and set the foundation to create some substantial change in my mental and emotional health. And after working on that and embodying that within myself, it's what I would do now is help other people to get to that same place and help other people find the right tools and practices and techniques to get a handle on their mental health, their emotional health, and in turn their physical health also. So like I said, those are three dimensions that I'm helping people to figure out and understand within ourselves, because if we don't understand the way that the mind is working and the way that the emotions are working and the way that they're all interconnected and working throughout the body, it's very hard to control or guide these aspects of ourselves in the way that we want it to be. So I'll do an analyzation of where you're to, we'll have a chat, and I'll subscribe some specific tools and practices that are going to work with you to get you where you want to be, which ultimately we're all looking for a state of contentment, a state of pleasantness, a state of inner peace throughout whatever it is we're going through. So essentially, the most fundamental thing that I'm going to help you to establish within yourself, or what Fire Eagle Healing can help you to establish, is that what's happening inside you is determined by you. And when I say what's happening inside you, I'm talking about the way we're thinking, our mental state. I'm talking about our emotions, how we feel within ourselves. I can help you to get to a place where this is determined by you and not the external surroundings. Because when we really look at life, you know, what's happening in the world around us is out of our control to a large extent. And it's, you know, we can do small things to influence this and kind of make certain things go the way we want, but to a large extent, this is just out of our control as a human being. So the thing that we do always have control of is how we respond to that. And we have 100% control of the way that we are within ourselves, our thoughts, our emotions, our feelings. We're in control of that no matter what's going on in the external circumstances. So if that's not a reality yet for you, if the external circumstances are still making you depressed, frustrated, anxious, whatever, it's just because we haven't taken the time to understand this very complex instrument of this human body, this mind, this emotion, and understanding how to work those tools that we have in a way that's most beneficial and uplifting for us. And I got lots of tools and techniques to help you get there. And with these tools and techniques, we're essentially what we're trying to establish is that what happens within you is determined by you and nobody else but you. And when we make this a reality, we're going to choose to be content. That's going to be the natural choice. And when we choose to be content and we establish this state of contentness on a very consistent basis, there's still going to be 10,000 things in the world that we want to do. But the difference is we can go after those with a joyful zest instead of being upset or disappointed about those things. And even if those things don't come to fruition, if everything external to us doesn't go the way we want it to be, well, you know, who cares? Because we can still have a beautiful experience of being here within ourselves. And, you know, coming from this space, we have a better chance of even achieving those things that we're looking to get from the external environment. And yeah, so that's the fundamental thing that I can help you with, is getting control of your inner state, making that the way you want it to be. And through, you know, many studies, there's been many studies, many much research done on meditation and different breathing exercises and yogic practices that show that it significantly changes the chemicals that are released in our bodies. It significantly changes the neural pathways that are wired within our nervous system. And with consistent practice, it can really significantly change the way you are. And, you know, I'm a living testament to that. I've worked and embodied that within myself, and I've helped other people to do the same thing. So that's what I have to offer with Fire Eagle Healing here. And yeah, so let's see. Yeah. Sorry, just had a little brain fart there. But when we look at the human experience, one thing that we can definitely say for certain is that it's created from within ourselves. And on a physiological level, this looks like chemicals and hormones being released. When a certain gland releases a certain chemical and it's recepted or received by a different part of the nervous system, you know, we call this happiness. A different hormone is released and received in the nervous system, we call this anxiousness. Another one's released, we call this anger. So basically what we're calling as happiness or anger, or the way that we're describing our experience here in this reality, is largely based on a chemical reaction that's happening within this body. And basically, when we look at it, what is it that determines this? What is it that determines why one person releases more of these chemicals that lead them feeling happy more consistently, and why is this other person releasing things that are leading them to be not so happy? And there's a lot of factors that contribute to this, but the main important thing to realize is that we have the power to change this. We have the power to, with these meditation techniques, with some breathing techniques, with other techniques that I can share with you, to change the way that our body produces chemicals and the way that our body receives chemicals, and essentially fundamentally changing the way that we experience this life and this reality. So with these practices, we have the potential to change the way that we experience this life, the way that we feel within ourselves. And it's also very beneficial for helping us to get in contact with or in touch with that source of intelligence that goes beyond this body, that goes beyond this mind. Because essentially all the suffering that we have is on the level of either the body or the mind. Beyond that, there's no suffering. And if we look at this life, even within ourselves, there's a form of intelligence functioning here to keep this whole game of life, even to keep this body running and functioning. There's some kind of intelligence here that goes beyond the logic, that goes beyond anything that I could articulate and explain to you right now. You know, like what beats this heart? What flows the blood through our veins? What is it that takes this piece of food that when I eat it turns it into me? If I give it to a dog, the same piece of food it takes, it turns it into a dog. There's some kind of divine intelligence working here, and to a large extent right now society is not in touch with that. We're not in touch with that aspect of ourselves, and that's largely associated with why we're so unhappy, anxious, depressed, because we're out of touch with this essential aspect of who we are. And with these techniques, with these meditations and breathings that I can specifically provide for you and your situation, we can definitely help you to get in touch with that aspect more consistently and have an experience of that in your life that leads to significant change in the way that you live. And with that being said, it doesn't matter where you're to. It doesn't matter if you've never looked into any of this stuff before, if you've never heard of meditation or you have never heard of yoga or anything like that. It doesn't matter where you're to, all you need is the desire to change. And if that's the place you're coming from, I have lots of different tools and techniques that can help you with that, make the change within yourself that you want. And also, I also have a lot of different techniques and one-on-one practices that we can do for anyone dealing with trauma. So if you've been physically, mentally, emotionally abused in any way in your life, and you're having a hard time kind of moving past that, or you're getting triggered by that, or, you know, here we are 5 years later and it still makes me tear up whenever I think about it. If that's something that's happening in your life, I can help you to move past that. I can help you to come to a place of peace and balance with that traumatic situation. So that's also another service that we provide with Fire Eagle Healing, besides getting in touch with this aspect of ourselves that goes beyond the body and the mind, and creating the way that we are within ourselves the way we want it to be. And yeah, if I do have, you know, lots of different paid services that you can buy, but also I do have a weekly meditation that I do on my Facebook page, and that's just free for anybody to jump on and join in there. So if you're curious, if any of this sparks some curiosity in you, or you'd like to look into this a little bit more, I'd encourage you to jump on. On Sundays, I have Facebook Live. We do it at 8:30 p.m. and it's on my Facebook page, Fire Eagle Healing. You can find that there. And yeah, that's about it. I can, if you're not happy with the way your mental state is going, if you're not happy with the way you're feeling emotionally consistently, I can help you to make some change with that. And if you are stuck in that place of depression, anxiety, whatever, I just want you to know that it's 100% within your capability to shift out of this. And there's tools, there's techniques, there's practices, there's ways to move out of this. And I can be happy to help you with that in any way that I can. I have a lot of different techniques and practices that can specifically get you out of whatever state it is, whether it's anxiety, depression, sadness, anger, whatever. I can help you to shift out of that and move into a more joyful, peaceful, content way of being on a moment-to-moment basis. So yeah, that's about it. I don't know if anybody has any questions in like the next 3 minutes or.
Awesome, Jordan. Thank you. I'm just looking through the chat there and not seeing any questions. But again, if you want to drop anything into the chat there for people to view, please feel free to do so. And we want to thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll just leave the name of my Facebook page on there. And if anyone has any more interest, you can jump on there and check it out.
For sure. Awesome. Thanks again.
Thank you. See ya.
Awesome. Perfect. Alrighty. And so next up we have there, I'm seeing Maddie, and she's from the I Love Me campaign, NL.
Yes, hello. Thank you for inviting us to be here. That's awesome.
Awesome. Hi, welcome.
I do have just a little tiny presentation made just to, oh, perfect. I can share my screen now. Awesome. Yeah, just to put some contact information to the chat. Okay. Okay, can everybody see that okay and hear me okay?
Perfect, you're all good.
Okay, perfect. So my name is Maddie. I'm here from the I Love Me campaign. The I Love Me campaign actually did start in Ottawa, Ontario, but we are a branch here in Newfoundland and Labrador that resonates at MUN. So who are we and what do we do? So the I Love Me campaign was started by a psychologist named Cassandra, and she found through doing therapy with young girls specifically that a lot of them lacked self-esteem. They didn't know what self-care or self-love or self-compassion was, and she thought that this was a really big issue. So when she started doing research looking into this, it was found that young girls between the ages of 12 and 18 tend to struggle with a lot of self-esteem, self-love, self-care issues. And so she developed tools and materials for us to use to go around and teach these young girls to use. So that's what we do. So we run fundraisers and we have events, but the main thing we do is workshops. And that's one of my favorite parts of being in I Love Me, is that we actually go out and speak to these groups of girls. So we spoke to dance groups, gymnastics, Girl Guides is a big one that we speak to a lot. And we kind of go in and we ask them to write down everything that they like about their best friend. And they find this really easy. They can write down lots of stuff they love about their best friend. And then we say, okay, turn the sheet over and write down everything that you love about yourself. And then they start to kind of giggle and like look at each other like, LOL, what do I like about myself? That kind of thing. And then we're like, well, that's why we're here. So we present material talking about body image, safe social media use, self-love, self-care, self-compassion, kind of talking about your inner critic and your inner self and how to rework the way that you talk to yourself, take care of yourself. So I also just have some images from my personal experience in I Love Me, which one of my other favorite things about it is the personal development that I've gotten from I Love Me. So I've learned a lot of self-love and self-care tools that I've used for myself to help heal kind of my own mental illness and struggles that I've had with talking really poorly to myself. So I used to call myself an idiot probably every single day, every time I messed something up. And I didn't really realize, you know, you just have it in that moment. You do something wrong on a test, you're like, oh, I'm an idiot. Why didn't I know that? And it just kind of comes out like natural. But when you start to stop and think about it and be like, no, I'm not an idiot. Actually, I can't know how to do everything all the time. You have to make mistakes to learn. And you start kind of comforting yourself the way that you would probably comfort your best friend and kind of rearrange the way that you think. It ends up being really beneficial to you. So these are the kinds of tools that we kind of end up teaching each other and teaching these young girls. And it's really amazing, the experience when you're in a workshop with young girls and you're asking them, what is self-care to you? And then you help them develop a self-care plan to do, and they think it's fun. And they're like, yay, I'm gonna go home and like write some positive affirmations for myself. And they're like, oh, I learned this from you today. And it's just really nice to see how kind of in the beginning, they start out really shy and they're like, I don't really like myself. And then by the end, they get really comfortable and they start to like pick up on the tools and engage and share personal stories with you. So it's really nice. And we're all really close, me and the girls. It's really nice. Everybody's really sweet and welcoming there. So if you would like to join us, the workshops I've talked about are usually in person. Obviously, we can't do in-person workshops this year. So we've been working with a virtual web series. We have our second workshop with the virtual web series tomorrow night on Thursday, if anyone would like to join. Unfortunately, the age restriction is 12 to 18, just because the research for the type of material we use just suggests that it wouldn't necessarily be beneficial or work for anybody over the age of 18 or under the age of 12. But the one tomorrow night is on inner critic and self-talk, and we did a virtual online workshop last weekend on body image, and it went really, really well. The girls used the chat to engage with us and have conversation, so that was really sweet. And we've also been doing some online fundraising and events. We just did a little self-care Valentine's Day basket and donated the proceeds to the Arts Kirby House. So these are the ways that we're making it work with the COVID-19 pandemic. So if this interests you and you would like more information, so this is just some contact information. We have a general email, which is hellonl@ilovemecampaign.com. Any general emails will go to our mediator, who is Sheridan, and she then will branch the email off into whoever needs it. So let's say you want to email us because you have a group of girls who would like to have a workshop from us. Then she would forward that email to our workshop coordinators and they would plan that out. But if you're someone who would like to become a volunteer, she would then forward your email to myself, so I'm Maddie, or she would forward it to Kaylin, who is our other volunteer experience coordinator. And the two of us send all the forms that you would need to join our group, as well as answer any questions that you might have about joining our group. We also have a general Facebook page, I Love Me Campaign, where we promote and showcase any of our events. So one that's coming up next week is the International Women's Day event, which is going to be an online Zoom event where we have some great female speakers from all over Canada speaking about different topics and experience in relation to mental health, being a student and coping with the pandemic. So if that interests you, I also suggest getting involved in that as well. But otherwise, as a general volunteer, you can always reach out to myself, Kaylin, or the general email. And if you have any questions right now, please feel free to ask me. That's kind of all I have.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Maddie. I'm just looking through there. I'm not seeing any questions.
Perfect. Yeah, like I said, we check our email fairly often too. So if anyone did want to join or have a question, you can always just personally contact us, or you can always just check out our Facebook page or Facebook group, Instagram, that type of thing for events.
For sure. Awesome. Well, thank you so much today for joining us, Maddie.
Amazing. Thank you guys so much for inviting us. I hope everyone's having a great day.
Awesome. You too. See you.
Thank you. Bye.
Emily, I'm not sure if you just want to run maybe the resources, just one or two times through before we get Erin to jump on.
Yeah, I can do that. Actually, I will show the credit counseling one again, and then I'll show our little video.
Sure. Awesome. That's great. Thanks.
No sweat. All right, so those are the few resources that we did have. So we've been trying to show them throughout. So Erin is actually ready to go. So I can hand you the ball so you can show your presentation, but I believe you might just be doing it for your phone, if I'm correct, Erin?
Yes, I'm doing it from my iPad. Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Well, hello, everyone. My name is Erin Gallant, and I work with Stable Life Spirit Horse Program, and I'm currently messaging you here from my barn, so I'm probably the only person that's freezing to death. I have the little fire going, the little plug-in fireplace going at my feet. So we're going to head out in the barn together to meet some horses. I'm the last presenter today, but I thank you for sticking around to see my presentation. I'm not one for slideshows. I'd rather take you right to the heart of the meat and potatoes of our program, which is to see some actual horses. So we are going to meet our horses in a minute. I'm staying in here so that my iPad doesn't die from the cold in the battery. So what we do here is we're a mental health program using horses. And it's based on the concept of peer support. So Stable Life Inc. is the not-for-profit. Spirit Horse is the program that we run. We run lots of different programs, but most of them are known as Spirit Horse. And we are a program for everybody. Everybody has mental health. Not everybody has mental illness like I do, but everybody has their mental health to work on. So I am a certified peer supporter with Peer Support Canada. I did that a couple of years ago. I'm also a certified riding coach, and I've been doing this for a while. And besides that, I'm also a registered natural therapist. I've studied energy healing in Reiki as well as healing touch. So I have a lot of different experiences mixed together that bring me to the point where I am today in life. I wasn't always a big believer in energy healing until I received some for my own benefit. And that is why it all makes sense now to me, because that is what brings the good of the horses out when we're with them, is that they're energy healers themselves. But they also just are wonderful, wonderful creatures that make us happy, make us laugh, make us angry sometimes and frustrated, but they have so many lessons to teach us. So a little bit of background about how we started this program. I've always been interested in the therapeutic use of horses. I'm a graduate of a therapeutic recreation diploma program here in the city. And that was back when I was like 25 and I'm almost 40 now. So the universe had a plan for me and I didn't know what it was going to be, but I studied therapeutic recreation for some reason, always with the intention of sharing horses with people, not knowing how much my own mental health would be affected in life, as well as not knowing how much I could help other people. We have a horse named Tinker. She's sort of the star of the Spirit Horse program. She is who I consider the Spirit Horse. Her owner, Allison Walsh, died it'll be 8 years ago by suicide. And Allison was a student of mine, a person I knew in the horse community. She was only 25 when she died from her mental illness. But I adopted her horse when I heard what had happened. And I couldn't believe it, I guess, because as a horse person, horses are sort of what always helped us cope with our problems. But of course, nobody is immune to mental health issues. And I think that those of us who have mental health issues are drawn to animals. So I started this program in memory of her and in honor of her. And from speaking with her mother and her father and the rest of her family, I know that this is something Allison would have wanted to do herself. And I'm happy to be able to carry that on for her. So we have 8 horses and we're located in Portugal Cove on the Indian Meal line. And it's freezing cold here today. So the horses are all in the barn. I did 2 of these virtual tours earlier today for some school children and as well as another organization. And so I can't feel my feet, but we are going to head out to the barn and see the horses and meet everybody. And because I know that's the best part. So what I'm going to do is flip my camera around and carry you out there. And if I apologize if for some reason I drop my iPad or a horse sneezes in your face or I lose connection, but I am on my Wi-Fi and we have pretty good service up here. So let's head on out. Let's make sure I don't mess this up. Switch camera. It's really close up of my face. Here's my beautiful office and we're gonna head out the door. So when you come to visit us, Normally, you'd come through these big barn doors that are quite beautiful on the outside, have 2 little horseshoes. I had planned to go outside, but it's too windy and I'm not doing it today. So I'm going to take you to our first horse. He's the best. This horse here is Andy. And I'm going to get in. Hi, Andy. Andy is the oldest horse that we have. Andy is almost 40 years old, if he's not already 40. We don't have any documents that date him. So there's a picture of Andy on his front of his stall. And it says, "My name is Andy. I'm a Clydesdale cross gelding, and my color is called Bay, which means he's brown with a black mane and tail. He's the oldest horse in the barn. And can you guess his age? Well, he's full of wisdom, and he helps people feel calm. And fun fact, there's also a baby named after him, which means he must be extra special. And that baby is my 10-month-old son, Andrew, who he's my second child. So I named my child Andrew. And I jokingly say that this is his grandfather. So he comes to see his grandfather every now and then. I've had Andy since I was 15, and it's a long time together. So he's definitely I won't call him a father figure, but he's definitely a figure in my life and a role model. People love him. He's very calm. He's very relaxed. He's always happy to see you. Not right now. He doesn't want to share because he's got his face in his hay, but he's allowed to get away with that. He has some arthritis. He's on some medication, but he's a really good example that we go through challenges and changes in our life and that we still can have purpose. You know, he's gone from being a workhorse that pulled wood in the wintertime to a riding horse, to a lesson horse, to a therapy riding horse, to my own private therapy horse many times, as well as now doing mental health therapy. So he doesn't have to be ridden or anything anymore because it's too hard for him, but he gets to be who he is. And that's the really cool thing about horses. We're going to move on to someone who might be a little more interesting. This little guy down here, this is Liberty. Liberty is our miniature horse. So Liberty has a sign on his stall too. But I'll tell you a little bit about Liberty. He is definitely small and mighty. He's still a stallion, so he could still have babies if he really wanted to, if we had a mare for him. But I don't think he knows. But he's full of attitude, and we love him. I hope you can pick up on a sense of some of the attitude of some of these horses and their personalities. Every horse does have a personality. It takes a while to notice it, but they're pretty awesome animals. So Liberty is 21 years old this year. He's full grown. He's not very tall. He's like 29.5 inches tall at his back. So there's definitely dogs that are bigger than him. But he's what I call my transportable horse. He can go places. We have a horse trailer for him now, but when we first got him, we moved him in the inside of a SUV, inside a dog cage. So he's pretty small. And he's been a lot of different places. We have programs that we offer all over the place. And one of the biggest things we try to do at Stable Life is get out in the community, because we recognize not everybody is going to be able to get to us. One of those places that we're most proud of course, is our program that we have at HMP. And we've also run out of the Women's Correction Center out in Clarenville. And Liberty was the first horse that we brought. We brought him inside the gym for John Howard Society program that they had during John Howard Society Week. So that was pretty exciting. So Liberty can go places. He's been in old age homes. He's been in schools. He's been to church. He's been to prison. He's been everywhere. So he's one of our favorites. And we look forward to being able to get back out in the community. I would hope in a more outdoor setting this year instead of inside. But we will definitely be back at our program at HMP as well. And our next horse, this is Wiz. So Wiz is quite a character. He's very friendly. He's more, there's his little nose. Hi, buddy. Wiz is a horse. Oh, he's snorting. He's saying hello to everyone. I hope you could hear that. Wiz came from Ontario. He's going to be 20 this year. His birthday's in a week or so. And I never thought would be a therapy horse because he had such a rambunctious personality and he liked to nip and he was pokey. He wasn't what I would consider safe for interacting with on the ground because our program is based on the ground. It has nothing to do with riding. That's not to say that riding cannot be a part of it. We certainly do have some people who riding is their goal, and that's what we will help them accomplish. But Wiz has done a lot of changes, and with proper interaction, he's kind of an example of the fact that recovery is possible with our mental health, and recovery and change is possible within people and animals. Wiz is a favorite when we go to HMP. People love his muscles and his color and his personality. So he's definitely a favorite. Our next little recruit over here, I'll call him, is our newest animal. His name is Wilson, but he knocked all those letters off his sign. So he goes by Elso now. Wilson is a Newfoundland pony. We've had him for 2 years. Come on, Wilson. Nobody wants to show their face. I should have waited to feed them. Wilson is a Newfoundland pony, and he is a rescue. I'm going to open his stall so you can see his face. And we've had him for 2 years. And before that, he was rescued by my wonderful friends who rescued him from a bad spot. And Wilson essentially had no social skills. And he didn't know that he wasn't the king of the castle. And he didn't know how to interact in groups, a lot like some of us. So he bites and he nips, but he's getting much better. I'm going to close his door before he escapes and he eats my iPad. He is a wonderful little pony. He just needs some time. So we've had him for almost 2 years, and it's okay if it takes him a little bit longer. You know, the Newfoundland pony is an endangered breed, and someone asked me why I keep him if he's got so much attitude. And basically the same reason that we support people. We don't give up on people just because they need some help. So we support Wilson, and someday he will support other people. He has done some programs with us. He has been to HMP, and we certainly will keep teaching him some skills. The horses actually teach him the skills. I just stand back and let them teach the lessons. So in my line of work, I'm not a therapist. The horses are the therapist. I'm just there to guide people. I'm a peer. I'm here to make sure people are safe. Here's our back door and some hay. And over here's Tinker, our mascot, I guess, the star of the show. Tinker is very friendly, but when she's eating, she's like me. She doesn't want to talk to anybody. So we'll sneak in inside her stall. So Tinker was Allison's horse. She's a beautiful, beautiful part Arabian gray mare. So it means she's female. If you look really close, you can see she has like freckles. They're mostly, you can see them on her face the best. So some of it's dirt on her sides, that's dirt, but on her face, that's freckles. And Tinker, when I first met her, to be honest, I had never met her, even when Allison had her. I did not know Tinker's personality or anything. I had seen some pictures of her on Facebook, but I'd never met her in person because she was at a different barn. But something inside me said, you need to go get Tinker and help Allison's family. And you know, it's not an easy thing to keep a horse. And I knew exactly how challenging it would have been for them to maintain her. So Tinker just has this way of knowing about her. So in Indigenous culture, and I am Indigenous, there's often something called a spirit horse or a medicine horse. And I haven't studied a lot about it yet, but white horses are considered to be extra special. So here I am with my white horse, and her name she is a spirit horse, and everything kind of came together. So I think Tinker kind of represents a signal of hope. Hey, miss, there you go. And she has beautiful eyes. People always say she kind of looks right through your soul, and she does. Oh, she gave us a big snort. We sometimes will say that when they let big snorts out like that, that's them releasing our stress. So everybody's on here today. We're the last session of the day, and Tinker's letting out some stress for us, a great big sigh of relief. And so in a therapeutic session, she would 100% do that at the end of a session. Sometimes she'd yawn too. Our next little buddy is Harry. I love Harry. Harry has like a little half moon shape on his face. He's part Newfoundland pony and part Morgan horse. He's not mine, but he belongs to one of my good friends who lets me use him in my program. And we love Harry. Harry and Tinker sometimes don't get along so well, but they have their own little personalities. Aren't you cute, Harry? They're all busy eating. Next time I do one of these, I'm not going to feed them first. And we'll come down to our second last horse. We have Roxy. Roxy is 20. Actually, she's 21. She's also gray. You can see on her belly, that is dirt. She does have some speckles on her as well. We call that a flea-bitten gray. She has a much different kind of eye compared to Tinker. So the really cool thing about horses is that they kind of mirror us. They know what's going on with us. Horses are essentially prey animals, so they're food for other animals, and they can pick up on emotions. And I have seen time and time again the horse go over to somebody who's experiencing an anxiety attack if we have a group function, or, interact with somebody and make them feel calm. And it's not uncommon for somebody to be terrified of horses when they first arrive here, and within 20 minutes be feeling much, much calmer. Our last horse is Lucky. I guess I saved the best for last, the most colorful for last. Lucky is a black and white paint horse. He's going to be 19 this year. That is dirt on his belly, so anything that's white, we don't want to get. Horses, gray horses, white horses are hard to keep clean in the winter, so if this was summer, they would have all had baths. But Lucky is full of character. I've known Lucky since he was 5. He's going to be 19 this month, and he's absolutely wonderful. He's full of excitement and curiosity. He brings a lot to my programs, and we're so glad to have him here. He actually is helping Wilson, our Newfoundland pony, learn some interaction skills, because Lucky has been a little bit of an outcast at times. He plays rough and he's not sure how to interact well, so he's helping the other horses on their journey as well. So when people first come to our facility, I'm gonna go back to maybe Wiz. When people first come to our facility, we ask them to have a look around. Usually the horses are outside, so they'll stand outside and have a look through over the fence, and I ask them to choose which horse you might want to use, because there might be a horse that you're feeling is bringing, for some reason, a message to you or making you feel like that's the horse for me today. And there's no right or wrong answer. There's no reason why. Even if it was Wilson, we'd figure out a way to work with it. In mental health recovery, choice is really, really important, and that right to self-determine your recovery plan. So learning how to choose a horse often is a transferable skill that people can need to develop, because they're not used to choosing things. They're used to being told by their doctor or their health team what it is that they need. So there's a whole bunch of skills that we learn in the barn, besides the obvious things like self-esteem and feeling good about yourself and learning how to be courageous and empowered. Then we learn things about making choices, decision making, problem solving. There's so many things. I have taught classes on consent to high school students. We've talked about bullying. There's so many different things, and there's really nothing that they can't not teach us. I've learned so much, and it's been an honor to work with these horses. So we are a not-for-profit, and if anybody knows what a Murby is, the Newfoundland and Labrador Beard and Mustache Club, we were their first recipient of their calendar, and we received $300,000 from them 3 years ago, and that helped us really launch ourselves. We were just a very small organization. Now we have staff and we have programs going. And so during COVID times, we had been running a program funded by the Canadian Red Cross called Coping with COVID. And we had people coming for free sessions. We had seen over 200 people through our doors in like a 6 or 7 week period. And when COVID happened, we said, well, we have to go virtual. So never in my wildest dreams did I think I'd be sharing my horses with people in a virtual platform. But people are wanting it, so we're doing it. And that's all I have to say, because I could talk for an hour about horses. But if there's any questions, I'll stop talking now.
Erin, this was wonderful.
Oh, I'm glad.
It was so informative. It's so great to see the messages of support, the way that the horses will support, and then the horses supporting one another. I can definitely see how therapeutic it can be. How does one get just to pop into your stable when it's safe to do so? Do you need to make an appointment?
Yeah, so we have a website, we have Facebook, we have Instagram and Twitter. You can find us at Spirit Horse NL on all 3 social medias, and our website is www.spirithorsenl.com. And we do have an online booking system. If people want to do virtual appointments right now, we can do that as well. But we certainly love in the summertime having people come to visit us and drop in. But during COVID times, of course, we need to social distance and wear our masks and all that stuff. My barn has never been so clean. There's never been so much sanitizer go through this place.
Well, I look forward to it, and I'm definitely going to come down and visit with all the horses when it's physically safe to do so.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I also just put the website link in the chat for everyone too, if you guys want to check it out. I am also really excited to hopefully get down when COVID finishes, because I think this would be really, really great.
Thanks.
And just watching virtually was like, oh wow, this is so relaxing. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, because as the person going around in the cold, I hope it's doing something.
Yes, we very much appreciate it.
Great.
And if anybody has any questions, you guys can write in the chat, and we'll let Erin know.
So I guess that concludes our wellness fair for today. You know, it's been a wonderful learning experience for all of us. So I hope you all enjoyed it. So on behalf of myself and the wellness teams, so that would be Human Resources, Employee Wellness, and Student Counseling, Wellness. I just want to have a great day. I'll let Emily and Jillian sign off as well.
Awesome. Thank you guys for attending.
It was a great day, and I'm so glad that you guys were all able to make it out. We really appreciate it, and we hope you learned a lot of different information. And then hopefully you guys have some new organizations that you can reach out to for any type of support. Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.